Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. Yesterday, we were unable to conclude with the tax bills. We will therefore continue today, as we will also be receiving a statement from the Minister of Works on the state of roads in Uganda. And there was an issue that was raised by the leader of opposition on one Edward Sebufu, commonly known as Eddie Mutwe. I have been in contact with the Minister of Justice, with relevant officers. I have asked them to see how best we can have these people produced to court and be given bail. The fact that these people are sick should be handled expeditiously. Honourable members, you'll allow me to invoke Rule 26(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, and I will vary the order paper to bring a motion by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development seeking for an authorization of government to borrow, and the reports are ready from the committee. Thank you. Have a nice deliberation.
Honourable Speaker, I want to appreciate that you have followed up on the matter that I did raise yesterday, so that we get to see justice prevail in this good country. Honourable Speaker, yesterday I focused quite a bit on Edward Sebufu, Eddie Mutwe, who was of course abducted, tortured and all of that. He was eventually produced in court, well of course as opposed to being produced in, taken to a hospital. But there are others, right, Honourable Speaker, who are missing too. One Sebude Kasim was abducted on the same day, 27th April, as Eddie Mutwe. He's still missing to date. Mpala Nyimaiko was abducted from Matuga on 18th March 2025. Sentongo Shakur was abducted from Jinja on 5th March 2025. Honourable Speaker, up to now, and the reason I call them abductions, these were not arrests, because an arrest, an officer shows up, says, I'm officer so-and-so, I'm arresting you for this offense, and they take you to a police station. These ones were abducted by gunmen, put in drones, taken to no one knows where, up to now. Police denies knowledge about them, and so it is not known where they are. But we believe, like all these others, they're in the hands of government. Can government account for these people? But more importantly, Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know, we are saying this for the umpteenth time, when shall this stop? Why can't government operate within the law? If you want to arrest somebody, for starters, summon them. None of us has ever been summoned and we failed to show up. But if you must execute an arrest, do it within the law. Why abduct people, take them, torture them, and all of that? And finally, Right Honourable Speaker, yes, now we are demanding that Eddie Mutwe's matter be handled, him be taken to hospital, but we have not yet dealt with the question of the government official, the Chief of Defence Forces, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, who abducted him and tortured him in his basement. We have not gotten commitment from government in as far as following up this matter of a government official. I think that needs to come through. Okay. Yes, it is good that now we have picked up the matter, and I appreciate you follow up and all, but can we have action, commitment? What is government going to do about this government official? Maybe government needs to tell us this one is untouchable. We need to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney General, I want a response to that effect on the people Lopez claiming to have been abducted. Please give my office a feedback.
Thank you, Right Honourable. I am sure he will
my
share
interest is on the people who are arrested. I don't know about the untouchables, but for now, let's first have the people.
You can just share with us the details, and we'll find them and share.
So let's have the details, and then we make a follow-up.
He says he doesn't have time. That sounds preposterous. Anyhow, I'm going to follow up, obviously, and I give you the names. That's okay. However, Right Honourable Speaker, and yes, for you, you're saying, Right Honourable Speaker, that might not be your interest, and I respectfully take what it is that you're saying, but for me, it is my interest that government officials follow the law, and that these who are untouchable get to be dealt with. It might not be the interest of government or whoever, but for me, as a citizen of Uganda, as a leader in this country, it is my interest
Leader of opposition,
that everybody follows the law. Right Honourable Speaker, it should be our interest. It should be your interest too, Right Honourable Speaker, because you're the custodian of the Constitution. I'm a little bit disappointed.
We have a Prime Minister who is responsible for all government officials. My work is limited to here. So the Prime Minister should take it up from there. For us, let's do what we ought to do.
Most obliged, Right Honourable Speaker. And if you permit, maybe we shall request the Prime Minister to come to Parliament with a statement on that, because it is my assertion that some people are above the law. But government can correct that assertion. And so I do oblige that maybe we should ask the Prime Minister to come to this House with a statement saying no one is untouchable, and so this government official who did this is going to be dealt with in this way in accordance with the law.
Let me first have...
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm raising on an issue that you talked about in your communication about the tax bills and the subsequent budget process that we are in. Right Honourable Speaker, I will request to remind you and the House that USAID has been a major funder of our health sector. And there have been serious changes that put USAID off. It is very important, Right Honourable Speaker, that as we conclude the budget process, the Minister of Health, together with the Minister of Finance, addresses Parliament on what amount of money we are missing as a result of USAID being put off, and what effect it has on our health sector, and how we prepare to recover. Because it used to cover issues like test kits for malaria and HIV, and very essential medicines for our people and ourselves. I think it's very important, Right Honourable Speaker, that it comes out now from Ministry of Finance and Health, the impact, the effect of USAID and the attendant organizations like Global Fund that have been affected, and how they will affect the country, and how we are prepared in this budget to address these issues, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, the issue Honorable Kimosho is raising, Honorable Minister of Finance, I hope you considered it in your budgeting on the
Thank
gaps.
you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are in the last stages of budgeting, and hopefully by close of business tomorrow, we shall have passed the budget for next financial year. I wish to inform the House that we were cognizant of some of the decisions which were taken by some of the development partners which have significant implications on the budget.
Thank
And
you.
the budget we have prepared has taken care of the gaps that have arisen from some of those decisions.
Thank you. Thank you. John?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, Parliament had required the Attorney General and Minister of Justice to bring a list of all persons being held on remand without trial, and the Attorney General's office committed at least 3 times, twice, your deputy was here, yes, that the list would be prepared. And we brought this question in light of the overcrowding in our prisons and the fact that of the 80,000 plus in prisons, nearly 40,000 have been on remand. Some of them have been on remand endlessly. And the Office of the Attorney General had said they are compiling the list they would bring here so that we see how to process it.
Thank you. Attorney General?
I think I either don't remember or I have not done it, but I will get the list. However, I don't know how we will deal with people on remand, because the moment a person is on remand, then they are under the auspices of the courts, and our rules don't allow us to discuss those matters. But I'll get the list on the people, because what the member wants is the list of people in prisons, those who are on remand, and those who have been tried. We'll provide it.
But the ones on remand, what is difficult with the disposing of their cases?
That's a judiciary matter, Right Honourable Speaker.
And as we discuss the thing of remand, I hope we are cognizant that the prisons are full. We need to make a provision for accommodation of prisoners. We need to have that provision. Because when you look at what is happening with the prisons now, we will not interfere with the court process, but let's make sure that they have sufficient accommodation. They can be comfortable. No, let him first.
Right Honourable Speaker, honourable colleagues, the issue of congestion of the courts and the process of
not courts,
rather
prisons.
of the prisons and the process of justice has been discussed here in this House. And I'd like to thank the House, because you have increased the number of judges, you have increased the number of magistrates. We now have a magistrate. So we are trying as much as possible to try and move these processes on faster. Right Honourable Speaker, now we have a G1 at every constituency, trying to get these cases dealt with as fast as possible. We still struggle with the number of state attorneys available to run in all these places, but we are trying our level best, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we'll ask the judiciary to share with us this information, and we'll come and share with it, but everything is being done, Right Honourable Speaker, to try and speed up these processes.
Honorable Attorney General, I'm saying much as we have the numbers there and we are doing all it takes to reduce the backlog, let's have sufficient accommodation for these people. You need to see what is there. You need to see what is there, because we just need, prisons needs very little money to make sure that they have accommodation. Yes?
Right Honourable Speaker, in the last 2 years, when we are processing the budget, indeed what you are saying is the prison authorities appear and have raised this issue of accommodation. And one of the reasons they advance is that you have many people, perhaps on remand, who have gone beyond even the sentences they would have got if they were formally processed. So I think what we need to do, Madam Speaker, is to perhaps through the committee of the relevant committee to look into this issue, work with the Attorney General to see where the problem could be, because it's not enough for us even to give the budget, but can we decongest prisons by being more efficient in processing these cases?
Madam Speaker.
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mine is an appeal to the Attorney General, who is the legal principal advisor of government, either as a principal legal advisor or as a friend. Because last time you were the one chairing the parties of General Mosca and Rugaba. Please help us as a country. I don't think that's a company you want to keep. A legal principal advisor of government that people can be abducted and tortured in basements. Please give us a commitment that if you can't advise as a principal legal advisor, at least as a friend, because we need to live in peace.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is sometimes difficult to speak after my brother, but I want to agree with you that we have a very big problem of overpopulation in our prisons. I give a reference of Masaf prison in the Busia district, which was built to accommodate almost 30 prisoners, but it has almost 800 per now. It is terrible. And the structures were built in 1960s. They are very old. They don't give a true picture of modernity. I don't know whether it is a problem with internal affairs. Even the same case is going to the police station of Busia. If you go to Busia, Uganda, and look at the police station compared with the police station of Kenya, you think we are still living in the old Stone Age period. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the chairman is saying that smugglers are arrested there. There's no smuggler in Busia. All those people are cross-border traders. There's no smuggler in Busia at all. The Kube market in Kenya and the market of Busia, those are markets of cross-border traders. And even Honorable Cheru was a cross-border trader, the State Minister for Works. So, therefore, Madam Speaker, as they work on the prison of Masaf to construct it, and the prison and the police station of Busia.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the records are very clear. I have never been involved in trading, whether cross borders. I have never been in trading, but it's in order for a colleague to say that he knows I was involved in cross-border trade when he doesn't have such facts.
So therefore, Madam Speaker, and my
at least you are an arrow boy.
Therefore, Madam Speaker and my colleagues, it is my prayer that the police station of Busia, which is a gateway to Uganda, they should be considered among the police stations that are going to be constructed this year, and even Masaf prisons. However, Honorable Minister, I've just remembered you're a freedom fighter. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Francis.
Honorable Speaker, the information I wanted to give the House, and that I'm giving now, is that when the Human Rights Committee of Parliament visited Ruzira, there were prisoners who shouted and said, "We have been here for 28 years. And when we interrogated, we found some of them, including a one-year Ruhanga, have been in prison for 28 years and they have never visited the court. And they say they are there on the minister's orders. And we are told there are very many like those, 28 years, 26 years, the Attorney General knows when they say minister's orders. There are people who are in prison on minister's orders. I don't know who that minister is. Pending. Yes, pending. And they have never gone to court. Leave alone remand and you go to court and come back to prisons. These ones have never left Ruzira for 28 years. So we're asking, can't he come in as the Attorney General and advise on how, if they can't try them, let them, so that we deal with congestion. Otherwise, actually 3 are from Buhweju. The one via Rohanga is from Buhweju. There were 3 from Barara. And our concern, right, Honourable Speaker, is that those, if they cannot be prosecuted, then they should be released so that we can decongest these prisons.
Honorable AG, kindly make a follow-up on the decongestion of prisons and make sure that the people that we've recruited, the judges, the magistrates, all those people should make sure that we reduce the number.
Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to help the House with some statistics that are very alarming. Our country's prisons, the holding capacity of all the prisons in this our country is 22,000 prisoners. As we speak today, the number of prisoners in these prisons is 79,000 against a holding capacity of 22,000. That means an excess of over 57,000. That's problematic. Part of the issue, well, yes, space and the need for expansion, but part of the issue is the judicial processes and how they get to happen. That people get to be on remand for donkey's years. It is wrong. Honorable Speaker, I have said severally on this floor, asking the Attorney General and government to help us understand. The Supreme Court on 31st of January said all of these people who are being held by the General Court Martial, and there are several of them, let their files be transferred to civilian courts. That way they can pursue bail and so on and so forth. To date, it has not happened. And the Attorney General has been silent on this matter. I don't know why they continue to be in contempt of a decision of the Supreme Court. Because that's part of the reason why we have all of these congestions. Because they are on the other end, the General Court Martial denied them bail. A number of them. Why not transfer their files to the civilian courts? They get to pursue bail, or that their matters are tried expeditiously. Because some of these people have been held for years upon years. Why? The Attorney General should help us understand.
Attorney General, give us a report to that effect. You'll give us a report. Next item, Tuesday.
Item 3 on the order paper. Bills first reading. The Political Parties and Organizations Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable members, you recall yesterday the House granted leave to Honorable Nakut Faith, a woman MP of Napak, to introduce a private member's bill, the Political Parties and Organizations Amendment Bill. I'm reliably informed that the bill is ready for first reading, and I hereby invoke Rule 127 and Rule 134 of the Rules of Procedure and invite Honorable Nakut, the sponsor, to lay the bill for the first reading. Yes. Let her finish, then you
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Now let Nakut finish for the record, then you come with the procedure.
Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance to Rule 134 of our Rules of Procedure, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Political Parties and Organizations Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the first time.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 135(2) of the Rules of Procedure, the bill stands referred to Committee of Legal and Political and Parliamentary Affairs.
Right Honourable Speaker, I have a copy of the bill and a certificate of financial implication. I beg to lay the certificate of financial implication
Madam Speaker.
and a copy of the bill.
Can I have a look at?
Procedure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to ask the Minister of Finance, at what time in the night did he produce this certificate of financial implication?
When we talk about efficiency, now...
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform Honorable Nandara, that the government does not sleep. We worked within the time possible to ensure that we studied, we analyzed, and we have come up with a certificate of financial implications to the bill.
Next item. Yes, Patrick. Let Patrick first. Patrick was on the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to plead with you. Yesterday, when that same bill came here, we wanted to have a chance to debate its intention, the motion, the way it was ran to grant her a leave. It was a very high speed, not following the rules on how private members' bill come before us. In the same situation, Right Honourable Speaker, I'm seeing a member. Yesterday she was not the one on the order paper. Now she's here running as if she's trafficking something very dangerous to this nation. Right Honourable Speaker, with all due respect, private members' bills coming before this House, people must have the ability to talk about them, their purpose, and the members must debate and give permission to the member. But Right Honourable Speaker, the way things are moving, it looks like there is something serious being trafficked in this House.
Honourable members, there is nothing being trafficked in this House. Each member has a right to introduce a private member. If you don't want it, wait for the bill to come for the next reading and you reject it. The power is in you. You will not suffocate anybody from bringing a bill. You brought a bill here. You are the same person who withdrew your bill, Honorable Patrick. So let the lady exercise her power. Let's wait for the bill to come for the next reading. Let it go to the committee. If you have any issue with that bill, go to the committee and let it be rejected there. But as of me, I will not suffocate my members. Next item. Yes, Lop.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, there is a saying I read many years ago, I'm not even too sure who it is attributed to, that I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend to death your right to say it. I may have issues with the bill being promoted by my sister, Honourable Nakut, but I think she has the right to bring her bill, and then we get to see how we deal with it. My concern, and yes, we are going to have occasion to deal with it in the committee stage, and then ultimately when we get to the House and we discuss, how plausible it is that you can force people, you sit and negotiate and discuss by force. We'll get to that point. My concern though, Right Honourable Speaker, even as she has the right to bring any kind of bill in this House, I have an issue and I request for your guidance procedurally, Right Honourable Speaker. There is a hurriedness through which we seem to be doing these things, which is concerning. Yesterday, she did seek leave to bring this bill. I don't know where the consultations got to happen as quickly as they have happened. Certificate of financial implication.
The committee is going to make consultation.
Honourable Speaker, kindly allow me, because you're going to rule, let me just finish my procedural issue for your guidance, Right Honourable Speaker. So she's gotten the certificate of financial implication. Maybe in the night, government is saying they don't sleep. Okay. But then, and as I connect this even to the other bill that was tabled yesterday for the first reading, the UPDF amendment bill, yesterday it gets to be read for the first time, and there is a notice in the night, and people are being told, different stakeholders, Ministry of Defense, Attorney General, Law Reform Commission, Uganda Law Society, LDC, Secretary Generals of political parties, who were invited in the night, to say you come with your memoranda this morning at 9 a.m. to the committee to give your views on the UPDF amendment bill. This is a bill that is over 140 pages. People receive it in the evening, and there is a notice, including a gazette, Right Honorable Speaker, which was signed by the clerk to Parliament, saying, bring your memoranda not later than today, 14th. I don't know. It is suspect, Right Honorable Speaker, that we expect people hurriedly read through this bill in the night, come in the morning with a memoranda and views. Why do we seem to be rushing, Right Honorable Speaker? Because if these bills are good, the political parties and organizations amendment bill, the UPDF amendment bill, if they are good laws, why do we produce procedure, Honorable Chimosho? The rules don't allow you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. So as I was saying, why, if these are good laws, why, I'm on procedure. Honorable Chimosho, you're a new member like me, kindly read the rules. The rules are very clear. Procedure takes precedence. The way I read as a first-time MP, I encourage you to also read them. And the new rules, by the way. Thank you, Honorable colleague. Honorable, as I was finishing.
You're not going to lecture my
No, I'm just encouraging him to read. Actually, Honorable Speaker, you should be happy that I'm encouraging members to read our rules. But as I finish, Right Honorable Speaker, if these bills are good bills, why do you not want to give them time? We excogitate over them. The different stakeholders get time to prepare their views and memoranda, come with it to the committees, and then we get to discuss them properly. Why are we hurrying? And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to table the notice that was put in the Gazette yesterday saying, bring your memoranda and your thoughts not later than today, and also the notice, the letter from the committee inviting Secretaries General and so on, written in the night saying come at 9 a.m. and give us your views about a bill that's 140 pages plus. Why are we in a hurry, Right Honorable Speaker? Why do we not give it time, get all the views? Because they are good bills. Allow people to give their input, and then we can debate these good bills. Thank you.
Thank you. We are only trying to be efficient as Parliament, and we should do the work and deliver within the time we expected. But that does not mean that if we have said, if clerk has said, bring your views, that the bill will be brought the next day. The committee is going to continue interrogating and come with a report. Oh. I'm not saying they are bringing it today. Yeah, they will give the stakeholders time.
Madam
I
Speaker.
mean, there is no hurry.
Madam Speaker.
There is no hurry.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The leader of opposition lectured me on how he has been reading the rules and how he has mastered them. But in his verbal utterances, didn't refer this Parliament to any rule that has been breached by a member.
Done.
And when you're on a point of procedure, Right Honourable, he ought to have referred to us which procedure of our rules has been breached. But when you talk randomly, because you're a leader of opposition, is he therefore procedurally right to keep wasting Parliament time because he's a leader of opposition and we listen to endless nothing?
Next item. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper.
Jonah? What does the...
Thank you, right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the procedure I want to raise is that yesterday you had made some guidance, you can call it a ruling, when the Honorable Matthias Mpuga had also sought to raise these issues, and you said is free to go to the committee. I wanted you to be clear whether the committee can entertain proposals that have not formally been introduced here, given that the advice was for him to work with the mover so that his ideas are incorporated. That's the first one. But the second one is to congratulate, I think, the House and Parliament and you, Madam Speaker. My learning of how parliamentary system works is that whenever a private member's bill, which is a right, is successful, it is an equivalent of a vote of no confidence in government, because government is the principal proposer of laws. So once there is success by a private member, it is a vote of no confidence in government. And I want to congratulate the House. Thank you.
It is actually not a vote of no confidence to government. All of us are part of government. AG.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution envisaged, the framers, our forefathers were very wise. They envisaged that when a private member wants to write a bill, he will work with government. And we work together so to be able to do the laws that are good for this country. So it is, but whether government fails or has an idea, we want to share your views as well. So it's not a vote of no confidence, but we shall look at the bill, and if we failed in our duty, we shall be sure to come and say we did, but I don't think we did.
UPC. Let me first hear from the president of UPC. On who? Let's hear from the president first.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have a critical matter concerning this bill because it touches on iPod, where I have been central to in crafting and coming to a point whereby we can have this actual dialogue. But I would like to lay on table a letter written on the 2nd of April 2025, addressed to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. It's a brief letter. I request I can read through it.
What is the letter about? I thought that's what you do take to the committee, you discuss it in the committee.
It's important, I think I read it and lay it on the table for the record. The subject matter is request to convene an urgent meeting between the heads of political parties and the Independent Electoral Commission on party funding. Subject to Article 14A.
Honorable Kenna, we are discussing the merits of the bill, which has not come to the floor. Attorney General, is that really? Huh? Let's have it taken to the committee.
My understanding of Rule 134 is that once it goes to the committee, we wait to deal with the committee, but I don't know whether it is. I was answering the question put by the Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, it would be helpful if we try to listen to one another, yes. I think, which is the basis of dialogue.
Anyway, let's
it's a basis of dialogue.
Let's allow him to
allow Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, it's on the dress code.
Dan.
This is on the dress code, Right Honorable Speaker. It's a dress code issue, Right Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, first sit. Honorable Jimmy, just a minute. Honorable Jimmy, we made rules here, but for today, the Speaker gave Honorable Jimmy permission because he came and he sought permission in the office.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Can we listen?
Right Honorable Speaker, we are trying to deal. We're dealing with the very
members. Can we listen to each other?
Can we deal with a serious matter which is affecting the processes within the political parties? The purpose of this letter was written and was confirmed today by the Minister of State for Finance, who raised the issue that we're in the final stages of the budget process. Article 14A prescribes how finances to political parties are handled in election year, and the meeting was requesting that we streamline this issue with our work plans to the election. Suddenly we find the private members bill which affects Article 14A, which we had raised, and this letter was written, and Madam Speaker, if I cannot read the letter, at least let me say who it was copied to. It was copied to the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, copied to the Leader of Opposition, copied to the presidents of NUP, FDC, JEMA, PPP, and the chairman of NRM, and the chairperson of the National Independent Electoral Commission. It was written by the President of Uganda People's Congress, signed and delivered on the 2nd of April. This touches the actual financing of political parties, and we're in the process, we're deep in elections, and now we're getting an amendment, and this amendment will directly affect this matter, which has been served on government, the ministry concerned, the political players concerned, and I'd wanted to lay this on table for the record because all of these, this letter was written on the 2nd of April to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao. The subject matter is request to convene an urgent meeting between the heads of political parties and the Independent Electoral Commission on political parties funding because of the stage we are in the electoral process. So, the above subject matter refers, subject to Article 14A, Section B of the Political Parties and Organizations Amendment Act 2010, that provides for the political parties on equal...
The procedural issue I have a lot of respect for Honorable Jimmy Akena. I don't know whether now this parliament is going to begin working on letters. In fact, I thought he's going to lay court order. So the procedural issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, can I repeat? Because I said I have lots of respect for Honorable Jimmy Akena. But as a first son, he's been fantastic. He doesn't keep people in the basement or teaching them his language. But the point, Madam Speaker, I thought that the Honorable Jim Akena, because he's very forceful in his presentation, and actually I want to listen to him, I thought he's going to lay a court order. Because if I write a letter, why should Parliament be bothered by a letter that I wrote and stop business to attend to it? Because tomorrow, if I bring one of PFF, I have written to Electoral Commission, they haven't gazetted my party. So should I also bring it tomorrow and I stop discussion of a bill? Because the Electoral Commission has not issued the certificate.
The letter is for information. It will not stop anything. It will not. It even doesn't make anybody worried. The law will go ahead.
Madam Speaker, as political parties, we are worried. We are worried. We have crafted IPOD, we have sat in IPOD, and the chairman of NRM described the action of NRM as unchristian in how they handle the rest of the political parties. This bill will undermine everything we have tried to work for, and therefore I am laying on table this letter written on 2nd April 2025 addressing the subject matter of Section 14A, which has never been implemented in this it has never been. Allow me to speak. I am here on my last term. I am not coming back to this parliament. Allow me to express myself for the future of Uganda. We are not going to tolerate this nonsense and backbiting and undermining the whole principles of democracy. We have put ourselves on the line. I said before anybody, I'm ready to go to State House just for a cup of tea. I cannot, Madam Speaker, this,
First calm down. Calm down.
When my country is going into a mess, we're going into an election, we're undermining the election, I will not be calm.
First calm down. Calm down. You lay your document.
I'm requesting that this is on record clearly. Article 14A, Section 14A of the Political Parties and Organization Act, the President of NRM describes the actions of NRM as unchristian. What we're doing now, as I said yesterday, is diabolical. We're undermining deliberately. Because out of nowhere, suddenly a bill comes, it is cleared, and this affects the very Section 14A. I am on record here, this is something which I am not going to sit down and let it pass unchallenged. What you're doing is wrong. I'm telling you, what you're doing is wrong. And history will judge you. correctly. I lay this letter on table because it touched on the subject matter, it touched on the timetable which we're in. Because even if this bill is now passed, how is it going to be implemented when the budget is already in place?
Thank you.
Please let us be honest with ourselves. Let us be honest with the country. This kind of undermining democracy will not be accepted in the Republic of Uganda.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you.
Honorable members in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of leaders from Bukedea District Local Government. They are represented by Ms. Akol Mary, the Bukedea District Chairperson. Welcome. Join me in welcoming my voters. Before you start, we have Mr. Emong Oshowan Ouma, Bukedea District Speaker. Most welcome, Speaker. Then we have Mr. Takan Alex, the District Local Government staff. They are represented by Honorable Ikojo, John Bosco, Honorable Poloti Shagi, Chairman Budget, and Honorable Triple A. Thank you. Welcome so much. Next item.
Thank you very much for indulging. Madam Speaker, Honorable Jimmy has raised an important thing.
Honorable Nathan.
No, Madam, just for simplicity.
Nathan, first sit. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper. Statement by the Minister on the state of road infrastructure and the rampant road accidents registered in the recent past.
While you are away, Honorable Mpuga, the bill was laid on table. You've just come.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for your kind indulgence. While I was relaxing to catch the next breath because we've just left the Committee of Legal and Defence, we are processing another fast-tracked bill. I saw my brother, the Honourable Jonathan, raising a matter that was not resolved by your guidance. He sought your guidance as to how the other matters related to the bill will be handled now that the bill has been tabled without an input. For instance, yesterday you gave good guidance. Did that guidance constitute...
I've not changed it.
Yes, I wanted clarity that probably to solve his problem. Did that guidance constitute leave?
I have not changed my guidance. I said take all what you have on the political parties to the committee. That's what I said. I've not withdrawn it.
Honorable Speaker...
Attorney General, Honorable Matthias has an issue on political parties.
Right Honorable, I received the document yesterday afternoon, and I am looking at it, and as I'm waiting for this bill to understand how they are related.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I mean, what he said is very instructive. Because a bill has been tabled, it has a memorandum with the clear objectives. An input to the same bill will disfigure the original bill. I do not know how that will be accommodated. Right, Honourable Speaker, would it be proper, again, if you allowed me to lay my own bill before Parliament so that the House finds decent accommodation for it and therefore assess on its own merit? Would that be...
No problem at all, even if you brought it tomorrow.
No, I'm actually ready.
Bring it. Next item.
No, I'm ready.
No, you bring it. Let's move as you bring. Let me have a look at it. Let's receive the report, and then we will allow him to apply for leave.
Right, Honourable Speaker, Yesterday, this parliament instructed me to come up with a statement.
Yes. Yes.
While I sympathize with my brother, the Honorable Mpoga, who has had the benefit of doing law, I am constrained. I have to raise this point of procedure. There cannot be a bill just thrown on the table. The procedural issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether if you will not alter the order paper, we can move a motion for first reading, since government works these days like a robot. We can get finance to send us a certificate of financial application like they did with Honorable Nakut, and have a bill properly introduced. Otherwise,
Honorable Nakut thought for leave yesterday.
and that's why I'm thanking
And
them.
we are saying Honorable Mpoga seek for leave, and then the processes go on. You will ask for a certificate. Clerk has right asking for certificate.
Madam Speaker, and I thank you, because the one of Honorable Nakut, we left here at 6. I don't know whether she slept at finance.
Honorable.
So I am on the plea. You allow Honorable Mpogo also to sleep at finance and he gets it.
I don't determine where people sleep. Honorable Ichwero.
Right Honorable Speaker, this Honorable House yesterday instructed me to come up with a statement of our national roads and the accidents that have continued to claim lives. And I beg to proceed as follows. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the statement of the state of our national roads, the increasing number of accidents across the country, and the available funding for them in 2025-2026 budget. And I want to, on the onset, Right Honorable Speaker, to say that as I give this report, I'm also aware at the stage at which we are in our budget process. I hope it is uploaded. Right Honorable Speaker, let me start by addressing the tragic accidents that have occurred on the road network this month, including the bus accident on Kisoga, Nyenga Road, the bus collision along the Pakwacha Roa Road, and the accident at the Busabala flyover. I extend heartfelt condolences to the families affected by these unfortunate events. The government has commenced investigation into the accidents and will provide a comprehensive report. As these matters are still under investigation, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I will refrain from delving into the specific details at this time. However, I want to assure the honorable members that every effort is being made to identify the causes properly and the acts of the accidents and prevent this preventable loss of lives on our roads in the future. Right Honorable Speaker, on the state of the national roads in the country, there is indeed a cause for concern. As of financial year 2024-2025, 1,880 kilometers of paved roads require periodic maintenance, while 615 kilometers have already deteriorated to the level of requiring full rehabilitation. This backlog is a result of consistent underfunding for maintenance activities over the years. Honorable members, the National Roads Development Program faces a severe funding deficit in the financial year 2025-2026. The current budgetary allocations, Right Honorable Speaker, are far below the resources required for the timely completion of critical road development, rehabilitation, and maintenance projects. The consequences of this deficit will affect government programs. This statement gives an overview of the status of funding, including the potential impact of not allocating the necessary resources. Let me start by the status of funding for national roads, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the financial year 25-26, the total budget allocated to national roads is Uganda shillings 682 billion, against a total requirement of 3.15 trillion, resulting in a funding gap of 2.472 trillion. Annex 1 that I have provided here shows the detailed breakdown of the required funds. The Uganda shillings 3.15 trillion is required to cover, Right Honorable Speaker, one, domestic arrears of 1 trillion, which continues to accrue interest daily. Two, land acquisition for both ongoing and new road development projects, including projects that are externally financed. Three, urgent maintenance, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and upgrading of key road links across the country. And four, bridge and ferry development projects, including emergency works on bridges affected by adverse weather in the last 2 years. Honorable members, there has been a reducing budgetary allocation to the development and maintenance of roads over the last 3 years, as compared to the funding envelope required to implement the roads program in the third National Development Plan. Allocations have sharply fallen from 90% of the expected allocation of 2022-2023 to only 20% in 2025-2026. A summary of the allocation per financial year is shown in what I've described as Annex 2 here. This reduction in budgetary allocation is the main cause of increasing domestic arrears. Unless there is an urgent intervention that I beg Parliament together with us, the domestic arrears could further escalate, and the next financial years will have adverse impacts. Honorable colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, my ministry has prepared a work plan in line with the planned transport infrastructure interventions required in NDP 4 and the spillovers from NDP 3. However, due to the large funding gap, it will be impossible to undertake the activities in the work plan with the potential catastrophic effects on the state of roads across the country. Honorable members, in line with the shortfall, the Minister of Works and Transport has made allocations prioritizing payments of arrears and acquisition of land for ongoing works. Most of the ongoing projects have not received sufficient funding to cover the planned scope of work. For example, Mitiana Mubende. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Mitiana Mubende requires an allocation of 130 billion and was only allocated 21 billion. Kampala Jinja requires 90 billion and was only allocated 7 billion. Mbarare Shaka was not allocated any resource despite being in very bad shape. The allocation projects are located in Annex 3. If no extra funds are allocated, Madam Speaker, the result will be an increase in the domestic areas, including interest in the unpaid sums. Impact of the funding gap. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the funding gap I have described will negatively impact the ministry's ability to undertake land acquisition, complete ongoing projects, carry out urgently required maintenance works on the network, and commence strategic projects like Bobby Corner, from Bobby to Corner a year, to support our expected AFCON 2027. These budget shortfalls will also affect the implementation of externally funded projects, as resources are required for counterpart funding and land acquisition for the projects. Honorable members, if the extra allocation is not made now, the government of Uganda will have to pay more in the long run due to the following factors. One, interest on delayed payments will increase. The estimated interest in financial year 25-26 due to delayed payments is approximately 48 billion. In cases where contractors demobilize, when work resumes, it will include extra scope of work to cover the damage done in the structure when the contractor was not on the site. You may have seen this in Uganda. Contractors claim for demobilization and also reputational damage to the country, which will cause contractors to increase their future bid process to cater for the risk of non-payment, and delayed utilization of external finances, which results in increased financing costs for the loans, and increased accidents in the abandoned sites and across the road network where interventions are required. In addition to the direct costs mentioned above, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a larger risk of losing the value of the road assets that the government of Uganda has invested in over the last 15 years. The total paved network currently stands at 6,306 kilometers as of 2024-2025. This paved network is increasingly at risk of deterioration due to underinvestment in timely maintenance. As a result of the underfunding, already 615 kilometers of the paved network have deteriorated beyond maintenance levels and will require expensive interventions in form of rehabilitation or in some cases full reconstruction. Honorable members, it is much cheaper to undertake periodic maintenance interventions like resealing and local repairs compared to the full rehabilitation that is usually required when a road is neglected. The cost of the periodic maintenance ranges from Uganda shillings 646 million to Uganda shillings 1.14 billion per kilometer, while the cost of rehabilitation range from 2.28 billion to 2.66 billion per kilometer. The periodic maintenance activities renew the life of the road. A good example is the Kampala Northern Bypass, where the periodic maintenance currently being implemented will give the road a new lease of life and reasonable cost as compared to waiting until the road requires full rehabilitation later on down the road. If no periodic maintenance activities are done on the national road network in financial year 25-26, projections indicate that in addition to 500 kilometers of paved roads currently in fair condition will degrade to the point of requiring full rehabilitation. This loss in asset value, Right Honorable Speaker, on pavement has been estimated at around 1.007 trillion over that financial year, that's 25-26. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, that together the challenges I have described require urgent intervention to mitigate the adverse effects of the current funding shortfalls. I propose the following strategy to help mitigate this, and we have shared this with the different committees. One, provide additional resources to enable contractors on the ongoing projects such as Mitiana Mubende, Kampala Jinja, Karuma Pakwach, Najanankumbi Busabala, Kira Matuga, Tororo Busia, to complete them on schedule. Two, providing funds for land acquisition and counterpart funding for ongoing externally financed projects to ensure the external resources are not left lying idle, e.g. Rwenkunywa Patch, Lira Puranga, Muyembe na Kapiripirit, Kirhora Kamwenge na Magomba Budadiri, just to mention but a few. Then provide funds for key maintenance projects such as Mbarara and Shaka, Nebia Roa, Mubende Chenjojo, etc., and emergency bridges repairs. Three, provide funds for payment of outstanding areas to reduce the accumulation of interest and maintain the service provider's confidence in the government's commitment to pay for works done. Prioritizing of funding for maintenance and ensuring funds are released in a predictable manner to enable proper planning for maintenance activities. Assurances, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Works and Transport commits to conduct road safety inspections at all work zones to ensure that adequate warnings in form of signages and other safety devices are installed. The Minister also continues to conduct inspections of black spots across the road network, so to install mitigation measures to ensure that the safety of our road users is guaranteed. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to assure you and all the honorable members that the Minister of Works and Transport is committed to utilizing the allocated resources in the most effective manner possible to enable us be safe on our roads and the transportation of our infrastructure services. I beg to submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we are aware that you don't have the money, as you have said. But then the other issue that we are talking about, much as you may not have the money, how come that you put the road barriers on the road without giving the signs of the road barriers? And that's one of the causes of the accident. 2, you've not been able to tell us how much your unpaid interim payment certificates are. You're talking about money, money, money. How much are we talking about? How much are we talking about? 3, you also needed to tell us about the UNRWA uncompleted projects after RAPEX. Which one have you completed? At what stage is the other? What is the position? What is the stage of those uncompleted projects? Then lastly, after the removal or after going away of UNRWA, who is taking responsibility to supervise? Because we are seeing like there is nobody responsible for any supervision. You could first respond to that, then members come in. I will give members 20 minutes. No, let him respond. It will form what the shadow will.
Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, when this Honorable House directed me yesterday to come up with this report, I had wanted to request Parliament to allow me particularly about a week to speak about the resources that we have received and how we have broken it down, because my expectation was that by next week, most of the contractors that are receiving the money, particularly given by this House on supplementary, will be back on the road. So I wanted to speak when the contractors are on the road. But because of the urgency, I thought I could give you just an overview of the challenges that the ministry is facing, again also on the understanding that we are in the budgeting process so that members can understand. But right now, I can also say with a lot of certainty that because of the investigation that is going on, wouldn't want even to specifically speak about some of the specific accidents that have unfortunately bedeviled the country in the last few days. But the reality is that we are being there is some investigation.
Much as there is an investigation, we are asking who is putting those barriers on the road. Now that you're saying the contractors have abandoned the roads, so who is putting those barriers on the roads?
Right, Honorable, all the areas, that's why I captured in that we are going to enforce, particularly the professional responsibility of the contractors is to make sure that the signages that they put to indicate that their work is ongoing are properly visible. That is something that we are working on. So we don't want even to say maybe this went wrong, because we may be jeopardizing what is likely to come out. So that one we are undertaking as a ministry to make sure that we follow that very carefully. We will communicate to this House that who is taking responsibility. Katumba and myself, General Katumba, we are taking full responsibility. We are taking full responsibility of the supervision of the ministry. And you can imagine,
Honorable Chero, you need to convince this House that Minister of Works, I don't want to mention the names, that Minister of Works is doing its work. And as I said yesterday, you're going to make this House regret why they rationalize UNRWA. Shadow? Let's hear from the shadow first.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the annual crime report of the Uganda Police Force 2024 shows that since 2020, the total of accidents people have died on the road are 22,306. 5,154 for only 2024. This reflects a fatal increase of 7% from the 4,000 of 2023 to 5,000 of 2024. This is very alarming, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2023, the Speaker convened a meeting of UNRWA, Ministry of Works, the police, the leader of opposition, Minister of Health, the chairperson Committee on Physical Infrastructure, and the Shadow Minister for Works and Transport. And resolutions were made. They were adopted by this House. The Minister of Works pledged to implement those resolutions. Right Honourable Speaker, those resolutions have never been implemented. In respect to the accidents, to Right Honourable Speaker, even before I go to the second one, the Minister should update us on those resolutions, how they were implemented, if they were implemented. But secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister is lamenting. He convinced us here, together with the Minister for Public Service, that whatever they were doing in rationalization was in the best interest of this country, and that they were promoting effectiveness in the ministry. At least UNRWA was managing the debt. Now, you are failing to even manage the debt. Where we come from, through Shema District, Mbara District to Buhweju, the road is impassable. It's a national road. Now, you say to Bushenyi, you have no money, so you will not be moving from Mbarara to Bushenyi. And you're lamenting. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, the areas, the high cost of financing the foreign companies. Why don't we support the local companies? Why? Why don't we support the local companies? Because all these companies you're talking about and the areas amounting to almost 1.581 trillion. Most of this is to foreign companies. I don't know your relationship with them. But why don't we support the local companies? Maybe the money wouldn't be going to this figure, because it is high because of them being foreign companies.
Thank you.
Other Honourable Speaker, the roads, most roads are impassable, and we cannot wait.
Honourable Minister, it is even unfortunate you didn't respond to what I was asking you. I was being very specific. For instance, where there was an accident that we talked about yesterday, what have you done? The road barriers are still there. There are no signs to show that there is a road barrier here. Why do you want so many other people to continue dying? It is simple. You don't need money to put a road sign.
Right Honourable Speaker, I just
I am
forgot
talking to the Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, work is resuming on the road in the next few days.
So between the few days and now, if somebody again gets an accident there, I am asking, what does it cost the ministry to put a sign that there is works here and there are road curbs in this place?
We undertake to do what is necessary.
Yes,
Right
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Katesh.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Katesh.
Right Honourable Speaker, I am glad the Minister is here, but also the Minister of Public Service, Honourable Mururu Mukasa, who defended rationalization here. And the promise was that we are going to be more efficient and better. We gave you UNRWA. Right Honourable Speaker, UNRWA had, for example, a department, I think a unit for road safety. You have not activated it in the ministry. You are talking about money. We want to know the issue of continuity. When you took over UNRA, for example, the Maram roads across the country, they are not big. No one, they have been abandoned. Even the little money that you took, we want you to tell us, what have you done? And where is the efficiency that was promised? Sometimes you pass through the roads and you wonder whether there is anyone in charge. If you look at the barriers, when you are going to the airport, through the express, the traffic jam has increased. And even, Mr. Honorable Minister, some of your contracts, you expect that the contractor should make sure that there is continuity of the road. But if you look at the works that are going on, some of the contractors appear unsupervised, and this is a challenge for you. You need to assure this House that we do not make a mistake. By giving you UNRA, we want you to assure us how better you have become since we gave you UNRA. And how much have you saved, and how much more you are doing.
Honorable Minister, what is even more disturbing, when we go to the constituencies, to the villages, and you're asking at the LOC5, my LOC5 is there, why is this road not worked on? They will say that is a UNRA road. Is UNRA still alive? Is UNRA still alive? Why haven't you communicated to the districts on what to do? Everybody is waiting, this is a UNRA road, UNRA road. So do you still have UNRA in place? Let you first answer.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, there is no more UNRA, there is only a Department of National Roads in the Ministry of Works and Transport. The reality is that it is also true. I am sure colleagues have followed very carefully my statement. We had a big outstanding arrears. Which arrears?
How much? That's what I've asked you. Let's not do lamentations.
How
much?
Unless I reread the whole report, Mama.
No.
But I can tell you with certainty that there was an arrears. This House was kind to give us a supplementary, and the supplementary has reached the local contractors and just this week. And that's why I had requested this House, by next week when the contractors are on the road, it will be very important for us to come and brief this House and say, we have done this with the resources that you have given us. This is the outstanding resource that is waiting. That's what is going to happen.
Yes, clarification from Patrick.
Thank you.
Dan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, we want the Minister to be kind to us. There were Duka roads that were managed by UNRA. They are national roads in nature. And those are the roads that concern us mainly as who are coming from rural areas. Now, when you're coming here and you're talking about them generally, you do not help us. And the Speaker's question is what is on the ground. Those roads are not catered for by the districts because previously they were managed by UNRA. Now they are in their state. I can tell you the road from Kasanda up to Chiyuya has become so impassable. That road was being maintained by a framework contract. Now I want to ask you, to get a clarification from you. When you go to UNRA, you stopped all framework contracts? You stopped all of them? The other clarification, what is the state now? Who is responsible for those roads that we previously called UNRA roads? Come out clear and tell us. There are these big roads which are national in nature, we know, but there are also those roads which used to get financing from road fund, which road fund was also closed here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I have listened through the Minister, and of course we interact with them with the Minister of Works very often. Right Honourable Speaker, if what you read is what the minister was supposed to report about, then he set his own question. You wanted a report on the status of roads in Uganda. What the minister gave you is the status of big projects. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, the biggest part of our roads is Maram. The normal roads that our people use on a daily. And those roads are supposed to be currently maintained by Minister of Works. Right Honourable Speaker, even the accidents we are talking about that are reported and get our attention don't form 20% of the accidents that happen on those Maram roads. Right Honourable Speaker, it is my considered opinion that the minister goes back and brings a report. This does not form 25% of the road status in Uganda, Right Honourable Speaker. It's very important, Right Honourable Speaker, too, that Ministry of Works, I understand there are constraints of finances and the rest, but it's very important that they come out to the country and declare these constraints if they are indeed there, like they are. Instead of leaving the country in a demanding, continuous demand. He has not talked about bridges.
Even the ferries.
Even the ferries. But this one, at least it was roads. So, Right Honourable Speaker, it's my view that the minister goes back and answers the question, because he has set his own question now. And then, okay, I'm coming, and then gives you, or gives this parliament, a roadmap as to how they are going to handle the Maram roads, as to how they want to respond to those big projects he's talking about. But as it is now, really it is just making a cosmetic of an ugly person trying to make them beautiful. But still, when the cosmetic goes away, the person will remain ugly. So, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Minister.
Through you.
One, you need to tell us on the action taken on the errand contractors and government supervisory personnel that have taken the issue of safety in their hands. That is one thing you need. I have talked about the barriers, and there are no signs anywhere. All over. Not only in Busabala or whichever. All over. And then we need to look at the progress in ensuring that continuity and timely completion of the projects that were started by UNRWA. We transferred the money of UNRWA to you. What are you doing with our money? And then we also need to look at the roads at the district level. Who is responsible? What plan do you have? Where is the road map? Have you communicated to the districts on what should be done on those roads? Because these roads are unpassable. Like what Patrick said, more accidents are on those roads more than even the main roads here. And then the other thing is on the interim certificates. How much? We are talking about budgets. How much are we talking about? You only bring a report that is lamenting there is no money, how much money we're in budgeting, so we will not understand it. You have something to add? You have something? No, we are telling him what to bring. What should be in the report?
Maybe come.
Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to ask the Minister, there is information going out in the public. It concerns safety on the road, but there are concerns from the public, the new express penalty scheme. And one of the provisions we are being told is that if you don't pay within 6 months, 3 or 6 months, your vehicles can be auctioned. And yet in that system, someone else can be driving my car, and I am not aware but then I will lose the ownership of the car. So would the minister also come and officially brief Parliament on that proposal that is being made so that we can explain to our people better, and then people may
on the
comply?
penalties, people should also pay.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you very much for giving time to this very important subject
We are
matter.
not debating, Sarah.
I'm not debating. I'm giving an issue that he needs to take up also. Right Honourable Speaker, we have discussed the issue of road safety in this house. And unfortunately, when somebody dies, that's when we pay attention. And then afterwards, we forget. Right Honourable Speaker, as we speak now, there is a conference going on road safety in Munyonyo. But Right Honourable Speaker, the issue that I wanted to put across, road maintenance is a key factor in road safety. And for as long as we do not dedicate adequate funds to road maintenance, Right Honourable Speaker, we will continue losing people. So Right Honourable Speaker, the issue that I wanted to put across, we have discussed the motion on road fund, Right Honourable Speaker. We have a law in place where all these levies, fuel levies, the transit fees, and all monies are supposed to be
Honourable
collected.
Sarah, can we first ask the minister what to bring for us in the statement? I know where you're driving us to.
So,
Honourable
Right Honourable
Minister,
Speaker,
go back with your report, bring a comprehensive report, capturing all the things that we've asked you.
Maybe just before the minister, because this is part of... I want to assist the minister a bit, Right Honourable Speaker. We took trouble to extract the resolutions of the meeting on road safety, and we passed them here on 13th July 2023. This is a copy of the Hansard. Read through these resolutions. Maybe as you respond to each one, your response will be buttressed a bit more, because as we are saying, you are touching this, touching the other, and not the critical issues. This here, which I am laying, I hope it will get to the minister, the resolutions captured here will help so that you can respond succinctly. Because, Honourable Speaker, the minister seems to be non-committal. For example, on the road signage and all of that, you have said you're going to do what's necessary. I don't know what that means, because between now and tomorrow, somebody else might get a challenge. Yeah? And also the other issue that members are raising, when you are going to fix a road, sometimes you'll dig up and then leave all those potholes which keep broadening. Even on some of the national roads, cars hit those and then accidents occur. Can we get some commitment? And finally, Right Honourable Speaker, some of the local contractors complain that government takes donkey's years to pay them, and so they get stuck. Right Honourable Speaker, as we speak today, the total payables that government does have, money that government owes to local contractors, people that provide services, goods, and so on and so forth to government, is 10 trillion shillings. By the way, as we have had exchanges with the Minister of Finance, Finance does not capture that as part of our debt. Even though on our end we have said, once somebody provides a good or a service, when you don't pay them, it is a debt. But Finance, because of the other debt to GDP ratio issue, they don't want it to be so very high. So they say, no, these local payables, they'll not be part of our debt. It is part of our debt. But Honourable Minister, many of these local contractors say they have abandoned sites because you're not paying them. What's happening with that?
Honourable Minister, we need a report, and the report should be here on Tuesday.
Right, Robert, I wanted to beg that you give me a week.
No.
Why?
Tuesday.
Because, like I said,
Tuesday.
I wanted to
Members are supposed to go for recess. So can we have the report on Tuesday? Next item.
I will have to comply.
Item 5 on the order paper.
Honourable members, yesterday we stood over the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill. Hey, you're ready? Okay, you're going to come. We stood over the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2025, and we asked the chairperson plus the the minority presenters plus the minister to go and harmonize. Can we have a report from the chairperson Matthias, I'll give you time after this. This.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Indeed, yesterday when we broke off, the contention was over the penalty in the proposal in the bill of double the tax, which was trying to address the unfairness that was on the taxpayer. And the minority report was saying, instead of saying a taxpayer who was supposed to pay 100 million and did not pay, when you double it becomes 200, we should cap the penalty. But we resolved, Right Honorable Speaker, and I'm glad to report that we said we should leave it as it is in the bill and as reported by the committee, that double the tax. On the other matter of the NIN, we also resolved that capturing the NIN does not mean that you have to make a tax return, because there is a provision in the law that talks about the tax registration. So we are in tandem with the minority report. The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, under the Tax Procedures Code, was about the waiver, the amendment of the TPC to cater for waiver of interest and penalty, where a member was proposing that we should look at how we can clean the ledgers, and that, along with the guidance of the Attorney General, we have come to a position which I will request the Honorable Nanda Mafabi to read. And the final aspect, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, was about the centralized payment gateway system, where members are requested to address. And we had proposed in the committee that we allow a year, and that is a matter for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We looked at the tax. We had a very good computation, and the Attorney General did some math. It says up to 30th June 2014, and this tax must be paid, that's 2024. Then this tax must be paid by 2020, by 30th June 2026. The argument which came in, it said, one, we're coming to the end of the financial year, which is 30th June 2025. If somebody will go to URI and say, I have been given a whole year, so I don't need to pay money now until after 1 year. So it will be depriving government tax or income which some has accrued. So it was agreed that if you have the money from 1st July and we have not paid of 2025, interest will accrue on that one. What you pay is what will remain the balance, and that will be interest. That means all the money outstanding on 30th June 2025, if you don't pay it by then, it will be accruing interest. And this one, when you're going to pay whatever time you pay, it will have the money you're paying plus interest. Meanwhile, the one which has gone up to now, whenever you pay, a portion is written off. Let me give you what it's meaning. Up to June 2024, from there 1st July 2024 to June 30th June 2025 is a 1 year. There will be an additional interest which has accrued up to that time. Now it was agreed that the one which will be applying apportionment will be that additional from...
Honorable Musa, there is something somebody wants to raise, so wait for.
Chair, the additional which was accruing from 1st July 2024 to 30th June 2025 will be the one which will be apportioned according to when you are paying. Meanwhile, the one from 1st July 2025 will be full because you have not paid your tax. That's for a purpose of keeping taxpayers' money, other government money. Then the other one was about ledgers. And again, the Attorney General guided that URA, if it has been charging interest and the principal, and when a taxpayer pays money and they apply the money before on the interest and the penalty before the principal, then that one was done in not right. What should be done is that all the taxpayers, the money they have paid, should be first be applied to the principal. So that means the call is for URA to clean their ledgers. That all the money the taxpayers have been paying should be applied to the principal to determine what is the outstanding, what will be the outstanding interest and the principal as by 30th June 2024. So now this is the formulation. I don't know, Anthony, am I right? Thank you.
So can we now move to committee stage?
Yeah, then we shall bring the amendments.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we move to the committee stage, my minority report has not been considered. We did a reconciliation, but the position the chair has put is not what we agreed on the issue of centralized payment gateway system.
Yes.
My argument was that government does not have a centralized payment system. That's number one. If we pass the bill as it is, we are actually debating in anticipation. That's number one. Number two, Madam Speaker, government, if we pass the bill, I mean the clause the way it is, it means that
which clause are we talking about?
We are looking at clause 5, which intends to insert section 93A immediately after 93, because the insertion requires that operators of casino, gaming, and betting activities to conduct all transactions, both for receiving wagers and making payouts, exclusively through a centralized payment gateway system licensed by Bank of Uganda. And clause 2 also says that the bill further seeks to introduce section 93B, which stipulates that an operator of a casino, a gaming or betting activity who fails to use or integrate with the gaming and betting centralized system be penalized. Madam Speaker, my point of departure was that they do not have the system. That's number one. By trying to pass the clause the way it is, they are trying to create a monopoly. They are trying to get a service that is being provided by 45 licensed companies by Bank of Uganda and taking that responsibility to a single company. Because they are taking it to a single company because they do not have the system themselves. So my prayer is that we leave the clause the way it is, because that one does not change the intention of the clause, but we remove the word centralized. And then we move the word system to systems, because there's 45 systems in place and they want to centralize it to one, implying that they are trying to create a monopoly for one company. So my prayer to the House is that we remove the word centralized. That one does not change the intention of the clause. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Right Honourable Speaker, I think the member understood what government is trying to do. Correct. Government is looking for a single centralized system. That is correct. Now, we cannot distribute tax collection to 45 people. That's the problem. Because the 45 systems are in place now, but tax is being lost. So now government is saying, link it with one system, authorized under the national payment system, and linked to URA. Now, let me finish. What the entity does in its back end is their private business. But when they're interacting with government, they'll go through that same pathway. So, that is exactly what government is trying to do.
Thank you so much, the Right Honourable Attorney General. Government can achieve what it wants to achieve without centralizing. You can link the URIS system to all the 45 systems. You can integrate. Listen, you can integrate.
There's a procedure matter.
My understanding, Madam Speaker, is that a minority report has been presented.
We go to committee.
Because you cannot present a minority report and debate it. The procedure issue I am raising now is whether this strange way of dealing with this particular law is going to continue, that you present a minority report but also debate it yourself.
Honourable members, I put a question that the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the second time.
Right Honourable Speaker, I have
those in favour sign the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2025, Bills Committee stage.
Honourable Speaker. Not fair. It's not bring. Right.
You will not talk until I give you. You wait and I give you to speak. What is the issue that you're raising?
Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members.
I don't want to go.
Honourable members, when we come to the House, let's keep our heads cool. Because at the end of the day, we are legislating for millions of people out there. And that's why I want you to be calm. The microphone can only be on when you're calm. You legislate, you bring your ideas, whether take it or reject. So you can now present if you have cooled it down.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm concerned by the way Comrade was gagged. The Honourable was gagged. It's actually not fair, because he did not actually present fully his minority report for us to debate it. What he's talking about, Right Honourable Speaker, is Africa is walking itself into colonialism. Companies are coming from outside in the name of digitization of tax collection and management to loot this country dry. And I can give examples, Right Honourable Speaker. We have a company called Riponami. It is important that our countrymen understand what Africa is going to be duped into. Riponami is making money in the name of streamlining rental income tax and walking away with the proportion of our taxpayers' money. Right, Honourable Speaker? That is why I wanted this debate at committee stage.
You're raising a policy matter on digitization. That is the matter you're raising. What you do, let's look at a clause, bring your argument on the clause, we discuss it, and we get a middle ground.
Amazing. That's why I wanted to tell you that the right time for me to have debated this was at that stage, whereby members would have arrived at this stage well knowing what happens to where Africa is being put, that cartels are running into digital payment systems, whereby people are becoming their own slaves, meaning for every payment that you're making, Recently, an agreement has been signed between this government and people from the Middle East, UAE, that they are creating a single payment gateway for taxes. We are becoming slaves in this country.
Honorable Mehdi, I want you to help this house. Look at the object of this bill. But if you have a law that you want to bring on that, it's a very good law. Please bring it and we shall pass it this house.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. However, I remain with these reservations because our role is to enlighten our members that might not know what we are being duped into and passing as an august house.
Right Honorable, I want to see how we come to the same place now that we're talking about centralized systems, centralizing things. Honorable Enos is concerned about monopolizing this entire process, that you're going to have one person. That means you knock out 45 who are licensed, who are operating, they've got employees and so on. The Attorney General is saying that no, the issue here is about tax collection. Now, we need to be sure we are understanding each other and that no one is confusing the other. Because the Attorney General, for him, is to say...
Honorable Law, for us to understand each other, let's look at the object of the matter, of the law. An act to amend the Tax Procedure Code, Cap 343, to provide for the use of the National Identification Number and the registration number as the tax identification numbers. 2, to provide for the gaming and betting centralized payment gateway system. 3, to provide for the penal tax for the failure to use or integrate with the gaming and betting centralized payment gateway system and for related matters. There is nothing like digitization. We are having a centralized payment system that is authorized by the central bank, where we are saying, okay, if you've gone for betting, instead of you asking for your cash at counter, you must go through a payment system to be paid. Can we continue?
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3.
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 3 be amended as follows. Roman 1, 47, waiver of interest and Roman 1, the principal tax outstanding at 30th June 2024 will be the total principal less the tax already paid. 2, the interest and the penalties up to 30th June 2024 are waived. 3, the interest which has accumulated from 1st July 2024
Let's agree on the text.
Yeah, we shall do the text. Yeah, because this is what we discussed.
AG help in drafting.
Yeah, okay, let me just make this so then we can conclude the drafting. The principal tax outstanding at 30th June 2024 will be the total principal less the tax already paid. 2, the interest and the penalties up to 30th June 2024 are waived.
That is the same as 1.
No, that is the principle. No, now the one which we are going for apportionment. 3, the interest which has accumulated from 1st July 2024, because that was not covered by the waiver. 1st July 2024 to 30th June 2025 will be waived on pro basis as the taxpayer, as the taxpayer pays the taxes by 2026. Of course, the justification for that is that they divide it, whatever. 4, the interest from 1st July 2025 will be charged on all the outstanding tax until paid, because this one is not the one for covered by the bill for waiver. And I find that I think this was a recommendation that URA should reconcile the ledgers, but we never gave it a time frame.
That can be in the law.
Yeah, so we can say URA should reconcile the tax ledgers, we can say within 30 days.
No, the minister will instruct URA. Draft, redraft.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Chair, I think Honourable Nandala has really put together the principles as were agreed, and we are on the same page. Now for the drafting, we wanted to propose that we leave clause 3.1 as it is, clause 3.2 as it is, and add clause 3.3 to read as follows. For avoidance of doubt, subsection 1 and 2 shall apply to the interest that accrues on the principal tax from 1st July 2024 to the date the taxpayer pays the principal. Meaning that if the taxpayer starts paying the principal amount in, say, August of 2025, that taxpayer has until August 2026 to pay off the debt. If by July 2026, if he has paid off the debt, but there was interest that had accrued, it will also be waived in accordance with 1 and 2 above. Beg to submit.
Thank you very much. I think since you have brought avoidance of doubt, now let me also add, for avoidance of doubt, the principal tax outstanding as at 30th June 2024 is the total principal less the tax amount paid. Because we want to be real on the same page.
Yes, Katesh.
I think that I get where you are going, but when we talk of outstanding principal tax, it's expected that you would have less stuff.
Yep.
So my view is that the framing, the way the Attorney General has framed it, deals with the period we were discussing in our caucusing, but also by leaving the clauses the way they are, caters for the backward period. So I would like us to say that we should go with the amendment that he has captured, that he has proposed, because it caters for the issues that we are worried about.
Nathan, it captures what you wanted to be captured.
Fine, no, but since we have all agreed, it's on the hand side.
The
other point, Madam Chair, the other point, which now, since we have covered, is the ledgers. We had said we can put it in the law. Do we propose a period for...
No, that one doesn't come in the law. Yes, Honorable Chair, are you in agreement with the Attorney General's?
Yes, I'm in agreement.
Minister?
I was part of the meeting.
Do you agree?
So, collective responsibility.
Honorable Musasisi, do you agree?
I do.
I put a question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by Honorable Nandala and amended by Honorable Attorney General. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5. Clause 5. Let him first read his amendment, then you come in.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I will read the amendment proposed by the committee. Clause 5 is amended by inserting immediately after proposed section 93A, subsection 2, the following. An operator of a casino, gaming, or betting activity who is required to receive a wager or money staked and only make payouts through the gaming and betting centralized payment system, gateway system, referred to in under subsection 1 shall comply with subsection 1, wherein a period of 12 months from the date of commencement of this act. Justification: to give a transition period of 12 months to an operator of a casino, gaming, and betting activity who is not compliant with the proposed subsection 93A at the commencement of this act, to integrate the equipment to centralized payment system.
Medi.
Right Honorable Speaker, Madam Chair, I have a huge problem with creation of monopolies, mainly through payment systems. The new wave of multinationals coming to ignorant African countries and robbing them clean is through monopolization of their taxation mandatory payment systems. A case in point, Madam Chair, is how the URA came to us through the Ministry of Finance and stated that someone had presented blockchain technology and smart technology that will be used by a company that had not even been 5 years old, registered in Delaware, called Riponami, to help collect rental income tax. Ugandans were whipped. We came here and even made alterations to the rates of payment of rental income tax that increased. Without the company deploying any tool of technology, today it works out with a huge percentage of money out of the taxpayers' contribution. Such bogus agreements, Right Honorable Speaker, have put this country at a loss of not only revenue, but also have killed innovation. The same is being introduced in this wave. Recently, the government, through an agreement signed with UAE investors, an agreement in the name of creation of a single payment gateway system for all payments made for government contribution and taxation. At the end of the day, these companies exactly know that if you collect billions of dollars and they take a percentage, even if it's $120 million, they'll have robbed you clean. These things we can do. Dear colleagues and comrades, your children can do this work exactly. Let the Central Bank and Ministry of Finance come and tell us that's two systems that they have not tendered out, that they are running directly. I challenge the minister is here. Tell me just two systems that you're running and you've not tendered out in form of payment systems. So what we are saying, Honorable Attorney General and Right Honorable Speaker, is that all those that have been paying are going through various payment platforms, some that are even owned by your children, meaning there is no monopoly. What the URA has to just do is to create an interface with them, and you'll see all the taxes. So why create one monopoly that you don't even talk about and legislate in anticipation that the Ministry of Finance intends that we give them an enabling law to create a tool where they create one centralized system. The centralized system, Right Honorable Speaker, is already there. Under the Act, anyone that is paying electronically must be approved by BOU. Therefore, what they intend to do is creation of another company. For avoidance of doubt, this will come to pass, that we are legislating in anticipation, and we'll be back to round one, and you'll exactly know that this was tendered out. And before you know, this is money being shared by government officials and multinationals.
Thank you. Karim?
Thank you, Right Honorable. Because the issue of contention here is the monopoly, creating one company. But the 45 companies that are existing right now are licensed by Bank of Uganda to operate and receive. They include MTN, Airtel, and other service providers. I think what we need to have on board is the assurance from the Attorney General that these players are not going to be eliminated, but they need to link. They need to link their systems to Bank of Uganda and URI, because the issue is about evading and not paying the taxes.
You.
That is what the Attorney General needs to bring out.
AG.
First of all, I want to confirm that the 45 players are not going to be eliminated. Let me listen. The payment system, for example, colleagues, under Section 5 of the National Payments Act, we have what we call the real-time gross settlement system. When you want to pay money, by RTGS, all the banks can use RTGS. So that is a payment system, but didn't close the other banks. You get what I mean? So even when you have this payment system, it doesn't stop the other players. But when you want to settle the payment through that system, that's the system you use. And it's a government system and has to be licensed by BOU. So the other 45 players or the 100 players are not going to be eliminated.
What about on the timing?
Right Honorable Chair, let me finish.
Honorable members, let's give time to each person.
Right Honorable Chair, the tax procedure codes are brought for purposes of collecting tax.
And for 1 year.
Now, if you tell us that this act should come next year, then we may as well just say we should not collect the tax this year. So it serves no purpose.
So it must be with immediate effect. It must be it is an integrated system. Made first seat. Okay, you come and sit here. Honorable members, I put a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by Honorable.
Madam Chair, we propose that clause 5 stand as part of the bill.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2025 be read a third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Act 2025.
Title settled and the bill passed.
Item 5.2, Bill second reading, the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Income Tax Amendment Bill Number 2, 2025 be read for the second time.
Seconded. Seconded by Isaac, by Amos, by Moses, Musa, Karamoja Affairs, by the Prime Minister, by Omara, Lanyo, Nekesa, Kavanda, Margaret, Chut, Butaleja, Dr. Kamara, Akelo, Mitoma, Mbarara, Ivanda, Jennifer, Maracha, Dr. Emily, Betty, Lee, August Lee, Atima Lee, Goli, Bukedea, Alepton, Zombo, no, Dr. Yume, Ate, Sharifa, Ngora, and then Vice Chair of Budget, Achia, and Ayeko. Even Mama Mavenjin and Helen. Speak to your motion.
Madam Speaker, the object of the Income Tax Amendment Bill is to amend the Income Tax Act to provide for exemption of startup businesses established by citizens for the period of 3 years from tax, to extend the tax exemption of Jagali Hydropower Project up to June 30th, 2032, and to amend Schedule 2 of the Act to prescribe the International Atomic Energy Agency as a listed institution, and also for other related matters. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the bill and the report original. I beg to lay. Madam Speaker, I would like to go straight to the real issues, since the object of the bill has been clearly said. Tax exemption for Bujagali Hydropower Project. Clause 2A of the bill provides for an amendment of Section 21(1)(ab) to extend the tax exemption of Jagari Power Project to 30th June 2032. Section 21(1)(ab) of the Income Tax Act, Cap 338, provides that the income of Jagari Hydro Power Project is exempt from income tax up to 30th June 2024. On the 20th of February 2025, Parliament passed the Income Tax Amendment Bill exempting the income of Jagari Hydro Power Project from tax up to 30th June 2025. The bill was, however, has not yet been assented by the President. The amendment seeks to substitute Section 1(ab) of Section 21 in order to exempt the income of Jagari Hydro Power Project up to 30th June 2032 from the income tax for a period of 7 years. The committee was informed that the power purchase agreement between the government and Jagari Hydro Power Project runs up to 2032, and that the government committed in the agreement to provide income tax exemption for the period of the agreement. The committee observed that by extension of the Jagari Hydro Power Project tax exemption, the anticipated increase in the generation tariff from United States of America cents 8.31 to US cents 9.6 per unit will be averted, establishing the end user tariff at an average of 459.8 Uganda shillings per unit instead of rising to Uganda shillings 481.7 per unit. And therefore, honorable colleagues, the committee recommends that the Jagari Hydro Power Project be exempted from income tax for a period of 7 years, as proposed in the bill, to be consistent with the power purchase agreement, which runs up to 2032. The exemption of tax for startup businesses for 3 years. Clause 2B of the bill provides for insertion of a new subparagraph ZA to exempt income derived from a business established by a citizen after 1st July 2025 for a period of 3 years, where 1. The business is registered with an investment capital not exceeding 500 million Uganda shillings. 2. Where the citizen or their associate has not previously benefited from the exemption. And 3. The citizen files a tax return, including business information return, referred to in this section 147 of the Act, in the formation prescribed by the Commissioner General. The committee was informed that the principle is aimed at promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. The committee observed that 1. The 3-year exemption period is a good proposal given that the majority of the new businesses stand to benefit from this exemption. It has been noted that many businesses in Uganda rarely reach their 5th anniversary of their operations. The proposal will promote formalization of the SMEs by encouraging business registration as a requirement for qualification for the said exemption. And 3, the proposed registration with an investment capital not exceeding 500 million Uganda shillings is a reasonable threshold for many startup businesses. And 4, the bill provides for a business to be registered with an investment capital not exceeding 500 million. The provision as it is subject to misinterpretation that the investment capital must be registered. However, the intention of the provision is to have a registered business with an investment capital not exceeding 500 million. There is need to amend the provision to reflect that it is a registered business which has invested 500 million. The committee therefore recommends that Clause 2B(I) should be amended to reflect that it should be a registered business which has invested capital not exceeding 500 million Uganda shillings, other than a business registered with an investment capital not exceeding 500 million. 4.4. Exemption of a tax on chemicals for agricultural use. Clause 2C provides for insertion immediately after the words agricultural use, the word or, and the committee noted that this would provide clarity in the existing exemption relating to chemical manufacturers. It clarifies that the exemption applies only to chemicals intended for agricultural or industrial use, thus removing the ambiguity. The committee recommends that chemicals intended for agricultural use be exempted from tax as proposed in the bill. 4.5. Exemption of capital gains tax on transfer of assets. Clause 3 of the bill proposes to substitute section 76(4), subsection 4A, in order to amend the definition of reorganization to indicate that the transfer of business assets can be made by a natural or a legal person and not a company alone. The committee was informed by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development that the proposal is intended to offer rollover relief to permit businesses to restructure for efficiency and strategic flexibility without being burdened by the capital gains tax when there is no significant change in underlying ownership of the business. The committee observed that the amendment will make it possible for individuals who own assets to transfer them to companies that they own or control as part of the restructuring the business without having to incur capital gains tax. Further, by removing the tax barrier for such transactions, the amendment will enhance efficiency, simplify restructuring, and provide clarity in the law. The committee therefore recommends that the proposal to exempt businesses which are transferring assets to another person other than an individual controlled by the transferor or the shareholders should be adopted. Increase in digital service tax. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Clause 4 of the bill provides and proposes an amendment to Section 86 of the Principal Act to provide for a new subsection 5, indicating that the section shall not apply where a non-resident person is deriving income from providing digital services in Uganda to an associate in Uganda. Another new subsection 6 is proposed to provide that Section 82 or 84 of the Act shall apply to the income of a non-resident person derived from providing digital services in Uganda for an association in Uganda. The committee was informed that currently all non-resident entities that render services in Uganda through digital platforms are required to pay 5% digital service tax on this income. Under Section 82, a consumer of a service from a non-resident is required to withhold on the payment made to those non-resident entities at a rate of 15%. The differential tax rates incentivize the multinational enterprises to extract most of their income from Uganda through digital services, which poses a revenue risk. To address this, the committee observed the proposed amendment includes related party transactions from DST. Instead, transactions between non-resident and digital service providers and their Uganda associate will be taxed under a withholding tax regime provided for in Section 82 and 84 of the Income Tax Act. Section 82 provides for a tax on international payment, and Section 84 provides for a tax on payments to non-resident contractors or professionals. The committee therefore recommends that the amendment be passed as proposed in the bill to enhance compliance and improve revenue. 4.7. Exemption of international atomic energy agents from tax. Clause 5 of the bill proposes an amendment to Schedule 2 to the Principal Act to insert the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, under Schedule 2 as one of the listed institutions under the Act. The IAEA was established in 1957 as an autonomous agency within the UN system and is headquartered in Vienna, Australia, and Uganda gained membership to this institution, IAEA, in 1967. This implies that the income earned by IAEA will be exempt from tax. As of principle, all UN-related agencies are required to be listed under the second schedule of the Income Tax Act. The committee therefore recommends that the International Atomic Energy Agency, be tax exempted as proposed in the bill. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the committee recommends that the Income Tax Amendment Bill number 2, 2025 be passed subject to the proposed amendments. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll just go to the areas of disagreement. And number one, the lack of policy and studies to support the bill. Madam Speaker, there is a commitment by Finance Minister, the Honorable Matia Kasaija, to move away from annual piecemeal tax proposals. This commitment is contained in the Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy for 2019/2023/24. And this is what the Minister said, the Honorable Matia Kasaija. In order to achieve our revenue potential, we will move away from ad hoc annual tax policy changes. These piecemeal adjustments, with little alignment to an overreaching strategy, have created a high degree of unpredictability and uncertainty in our tax policy direction. The Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy will address this as well as ensure that our future tax policy embodies the principle of simplicity, fairness, citizen welfare, and sustainability. It cannot be the same minister asking Parliament to maintain what he says causes uncertainty in the sector. Piecemeal ad hoc proposals. If he has forgotten, you, Parliament, have a duty to remind him of this commitment. The Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy came of age last financial year because it is wonderful. Honorable Kasaija even extended it. We must help him to stick to it. The help is in the form of rejecting these piecemeal proposals. The Committee on Finance, which today in the majority report proposes approval, needs to revisit its own report on income tax amendment bill last year. Chaired by the same person, the committee stated thus: the frequent amendment of tax laws has caused challenges to both the taxpayer and Uganda Revenue Authority while administering taxes. It cannot be the same committee now entertaining and recommending what it noted was full of challenges. So as we remind the Honorable Matia Kasaija, now not here in fresh, but represented by Honorable Musasi, we also need to remind the Committee on Finance
that this is what you recommended last year. Point number 2, specifically on Bujagai, Right Honorable Speaker. About 2 months ago, to be exact, on February 4th, Junior Minister, the Honorable Henry Musasizi, tabled before Parliament the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, which Parliament approved on February 20th, exempting the income of Bujagali hydropower up to 30th June 2025, just about 2 months ago. This particular bill of the 2 months ago has not, as the majority committee members note, has not been assented to. The same minister has brought another amendment for Bujagali. The reason he's doing so is because on May 18th, 2022, you Parliament refused...
Honorable Semuji, just a correction that it was assented to. I have a assented copy.
I take note of that, Madam Speaker. Both of us in the committee, we were told it hadn't been assented to, but we take the information. The reason the Honorable Musasizi is trafficking these piecemeal amendments to benefit Bujagali is because on May 18th, 2022, you Parliament refused to grant Bujagali a 5-year tax exemption extension. Bujagali was first granted this sort of exemption in 2017, which was 5-year ending 2022. In 2022, Honorable Musasi sought another 5-year extension, which Parliament refused. He now resorted to annual amendments, like he did 2 months ago. He brought one, now he's bringing another. I think he has now returned in full gear with a request to extend the Bujagali tax exemption for 7 years. The reason you Parliament declined to extend the exemption beyond a year was largely because the objective purpose for which it was granted had not been met. The objective was reduction of the power tariff. While Bujagali continued making abnormal profits, the tariff continued rising. There is even an ad hoc committee report to this effect. The ad hoc committee of Parliament found out that by 2021, Bujagali had benefited from a 388 billion tax exemption.
Procedure.
Madam Speaker, my honorable colleague, brother, keeps referring in his statement that you, Parliament, excluding himself, as if he's not a member of this Parliament. I don't know why he doesn't say us, Parliament. He keeps excluding himself in his statement, saying you, Parliament. But isn't he a member of this House, part of this Parliament? Thank you.
The Speaker can't rule on even that. We'll go to the school and
It is collective responsibility. We passed it and it is us.
go and teach English.
I don't want to do work that is not mine. Teaching English. I am presenting a report to Parliament. I can't say I, Parliament. I am now before you to judge me. Can I, Madam Speaker, continue?
Can you finish?
I am... This matter is serious. You need to understand it. Yeah. So...
Honorable Semuji, you finish?
While Bujagali continued making abnormal profits, the tariff continued raising. There is even another committee report to this effect. The ad hoc committee found out that by 2021, Bujagali had benefited from a shilling 388 billion tax exemption. That's why you, Parliament, refused to extend the exemption. The Honorable Musasizi is now daring you. He's checking both your memory and resolve. Table, this is in the report, Honorable Musasizi. I'll give you a copy. The table below is showing the income on which we are supposed to correct a tax as of 2021. This is from the ad hoc committee report. It was 1.2 trillion and the tax we were supposed to have corrected was 388 billion, which we didn't. Every year we continue exempting. The certificate of financial implication for the income tax claims that end user electricity tariff will reduce from 481.7 to 459.8 per unit. This is not true, because currently the tariff is at 892. When you pay 10,000, you get 11.20 units. Babysitting Bujagari. The Auditor General also raised serious issues about Bujagari business ethics, which government must explain before asking for any further exemption. For example, Bujagari wrongly claimed 114,114 US dollar as part of insurance. Yet this obligation was supposed to be met by its supplier and not government. Although residence statuses for SGBHL and SNPINBV were confirmed for Mauritius and Netherlands respectively, validation of their status as beneficial owners of the dividends had not been processed. And although government is a proud owner of shares in this company, it is receiving no dividends when profits are declared. That's why the Auditor General recommended negotiating with other shareholders in Bujagari with a view of government acquiring shares that provide voting rights. It should be noted that government doesn't participate in the appointment of Bujagari's directors, nor does it have a representative on the board. This minority report therefore recommends that before this extension is granted, a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis of the tax exemptions to determine the value for money is necessary. We need to assess the impact of the exemptions on electricity tariff, the financial viability of the Bujagari project, and the overall economic benefits to the country. We must also comply with the recommendations of our ad hoc committee on Bujagari and the special audit report on the same regarding Bujagari Energy Limited in respect to renegotiating the terms in the public-private partnership. And government must recover all excess payments made to Bujagari Energy Limited. So what follows is just the history. I don't have to go through this. Colleagues can read it to refresh yourself where this all started. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ibrahim. Honorable Nathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank Honorable Semuju and colleagues. Colleagues, Bujagari is a very touchy issue, and I'm just trying to come to add on a few issues so that you take care when you try to grant periods. First of all, the amended income tax of 2024-25 is wrong because we had already passed a law. What would have been was to remit tax, either to waive the tax because already income had been earned and it's already subject to. So what you have to do, Attorney General, I am advising that law is wrong. You may have to go back and come here for a waiver. I just give free advice. No, the one which you have just amended in February where you came here and we passed it in a very, this one which Madam Speaker said, it has been assented to. Yeah, you proposed, but for them, they went and changed it different. Okay, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair and colleagues, 7 years is quite big. It's quite big. And Honorable Musasizi, with my younger brother, is trying to take the advantage of the next election so that the new parliament which will come may not see this. But we must be careful with what we're doing. One, the true story is that this company has been exempted from tax from 2011 to 2024. It's not here as 20, the one they were coming, it's because it had expired, that's why they were coming. Number two, between 2006 to 2012, they charged interest of 15%, and this interest, they never paid the withholding tax. And this means they have a tax to pay. And by the ad hoc committee at that time, they found it was $63 million. Now, the money they have taken illegally by the, as Honorable Semo just said, it's 308, but as we speak now, it is over $800 million. And we want to be clear what is happening. One, everybody in that agreement, under the agreement, will be after maintenance costs, miscellaneous charges, operational costs, and a return on investment. Return on investment is that if you have invested your money, you get a return. And the return on investment in this project is 19%. Now, given that they have already got a return on investment, which is treated as an expense, there is no way you will make now a profit to be subjected to corporation tax. In reality, what is meaning that they are overcharging us so that they can have an excess to be termed as a profit, which again they are coming should not be taxed. In reality, that would be the money to be remitted back to the consolidated fund. Because it means we gave you 10 million, when your expenses, including return, is 9 million, the balance of 1 million should be refunded to the consolidated fund. I'm not aware who is in this. Madam Chair and the colleagues, this project changes investors every year. And the reason why, it is a very lucrative business. Within 1 year, you put in your investment, you get it back with a huge return. Every year, in fact, if we can tell you for information, Total, and this now which is trying to work on energy, has also bought now what? Shares. By next year, to sell it at a profit. So this investment which changes shareholders every year and at a big margin means the people of Uganda are being fleeced of their meager resources, which could be used in another area. The ad hoc report, it was very clear, and if it was implemented, it would be very far. Recently, when we asked IFC a question about this, the president of IFC said, oh, that one, keep quiet, don't talk about it. It needs when we're behind the doors. We said, what is the reason? He said, you know, those are complicated things. And I can tell you these are complicated things because there's some person here who is lying the president of Uganda that if we don't do it, we're in a problem. And I would ask colleagues to read a book called The Economic Hitman. It's a very vital book. And if you read, you will see that the economic hitmen are here in Uganda, both in our government and outside our government. So I want to make a proposal that given this, we shouldn't allow Ujagali any exemption. We should only ask them that all the money you get as excess should be remitted to the consolidated what? Fund. Number two is that the report of the Auditor General, which was done recently, be implemented. And the ad hoc committee also be implemented. If we do it, it will go a long way to address this. Attorney General, I'm willing to escort you to the president to go and explain this, because I think when you are there, you fear him. I want to go and explain to him. Now, the legal issue here, the legal issue says here, they say this agreement can be reviewed. There's a clause in this agreement which can be what? Reviewed. So, Attorney General, for you being a very intelligent guy, whom we know, you should advise the government that it's high time we reviewed the agreement. If reviewing the agreement does not need 7 years, it needs even 1 week. I know your brain. So given it does, we have attached the report of what we discussed. Given this, I would request colleagues that as a parliament, we reject this 7 years. And if the Attorney General wants, we can give him only 1 month to do it.
How much time?
We can give Attorney General 1 month to handle this matter.
Would this not be a breach of our part of the negotiation? I just want to know.
It won't, because we would have reviewed it long ago. But if, Madam Speaker, you want to insist on the review and the Attorney General needs time, we can give him maybe between 6 months to 1 year.
Okay.
You know, this Attorney General, you see yesterday, he produced a bill, helped a colleague to produce a bill last night. For you, KK, to accept 2 paragraphs without reading, you, whom I know. So, Madam Speaker, I want to move in that.
Now, these members of the committee
Jana?
Yes, this member.
Madam Speaker, I am in support of the report of the minority, but let me point out a few things. And I will read this, which I've extracted from the ad hoc committee report that we adopted. The hemorrhage and repatriation of resources from Uganda have been modernized through treaties and MOU, so on and so on. I'm now modifying this to say the hemorrhage and repatriation of resources is now being modernized through Parliament.
No, through agreements like Umeme, like Bojagali, like those are the bad agreements.
Yes, because Parliament has the power to deal with it. Now, if I can recall, where is income tax imposed? What is the basis of imposing income tax? Is that I have traded, I have, yes, so until now you reach profit before tax, and then you impose. If I don't make profit, am I liable to pay income tax according to law of Uganda? No. So all these exemptions and the years mean they have been making profit. And we have been gracious enough to be able to provide that. It is now the right time, and we are struggling raising resources, Madam Speaker, that we pay attention to this matter. And stick by what Parliament agreed. Madam Speaker, if I may address you on this, there is what we call pricking your own eye. You were in the chair when these ad hoc committee recommendations were adopted. It cannot be you, Madam Speaker, presiding over and throwing away the child that you produce in this ad hoc committee report. And that is the issue that I want to bring to your attention. We don't want to be a laughing stock. That people think Parliament is so forgetful, Parliament does not recall what they have done, and these are the ridiculous. We suffer as members of Parliament. Immediately we pass this, people then start questioning and say, are they MPs? Did they go to school? Do they read? This house must be consistent. We must follow the precedent we have set. And all I am now asking is, these recommendations, which I can refresh, a few has been cited. One is that Bell should refund $342 million in excess payment. Then there is another one where Ministry of Finance was supposed to account for $2.83 million. Last year, when we graciously, on your own plea, Madam Speaker, I have not extracted, I was not able to read through the Hansard, but I vividly remember, you told us, honorable members, these things are not cast in the stones. We are not going away. Next year we are there. The year has come. It is here, Madam Speaker. You cannot go away from your own word. It is a ruling. It is the point of law.
I am not the one voting. I am not the one who has brought the amendment. I am only chairing.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, with that assurance, when the nays have it, when the nays have it,
they have already voted.
I hope that we shall stand by that. Lastly, Madam Speaker, sometimes it's difficult to sympathize with government, the proposals. You were all Ugandans in the first place. But I think that the ministers and the attorney generals, you have a duty to help. The number of businesses suffering in Uganda, paying taxes, and they hear that we parliamentarians are granting people who are already playing golf, people who are flying private jets to go and enjoy from this. And this parliament is seated and is saying yes. And we have just passed more taxes here to touch on people. It doesn't make sense. It defeats logic. Schools are suffering.
Let Jenna finish.
Chair, for me, Madam Speaker, I'm usually very courteous. If a member wants to give me information, if there is time, I allow. Because that's the essence of debate. Whether you want to shoot my point or not, let him give that information.
Thank you. I want to appreciate the Honorable Dur. We have just proposed that all companies that have invested or intend to invest by 1st July 2025 are exempted from income for 3 years. So we cannot say that we are not helping Ugandans.
Thank you. That is okay. Me, I'm talking of evidence. There are reports published by Minister of Finance that shows that Ugandan companies cannot go beyond 5 years. What is the issue? It is taxation. Yes. So, yes. So, Madam Speaker, what I am saying is, as representative of the people, we should be sensitive to the Ugandans who are toiling day in and day night, and who have been requesting also to be exempted, and they do not. I don't want to go into the other details, but many people seated even in this parliament are business owners. We know what people are going through. So I want to invite your indulgence, Madam Speaker, to restore respect in this parliament. Let's stand by the resolutions we have made. Otherwise, we will be a laughing stock. You have just told us how you are nearly, but for me, I regretted already how we took a decision on RAPEX. Do not come here next year and tell us we again made the mistake.
You tell the
I want now to
here.
point out to the minister, the last point, to see what I would now term the fraud. When you make a tax bill and then you propose in the commencement, the act shall be deemed to have come into force on 1st July 2024. That is retrospective legislation. It can only be done when the facts of the amount.
It is 2025.
Okay, I think I missed something. I was looking at that. I'm sorry if that went off. But what I am saying is, lastly, this parliament should do its work and allow any other parliament going to come after us, we may be members or not, to come and make its decision. To say 7 years, 8 years and something, I think will be very disrespectful of the future parliament. So I invite that once we take a decision, either way, let's be respectful of the constitution and know that the mandate of the 12th parliament should be respected. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Karim.
Before you say something, I've been given permission. Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Thank you very much, Chair. I've been part of this Bujagali thing, and my chair, Honorable Katesh, we've looked at this thing for the last 4 years. The years we've been in Parliament and as part of the ad hoc committee. And if I recall well, the Attorney General did agree with us on the committee. And he said whatever happened, happened because the country was in a crisis of electricity, and the President wanted us to solve this problem because the country was facing shortage with electricity. That is why some of these things were done hurriedly. I don't know if you recall, Attorney General, but that was in one of the meetings captured in the report of the ad hoc committee. So
This agreement was done in 2007.
There was, yes, Attorney General, what I'm stating, when you came before the committee, you did agree with us and said by the time when the first agreement was signed, there was a crisis in the country. So there was a renegotiation that was done on to this agreement. And when you showed us the agreement, I think that was 2022-23, there was still a window where government has the powers to come and renegotiate again with these people, which I do believe, Attorney General, you agree with me on. When you look at our ad hoc committee report, we did recommend that government renegotiates with Bujagali, the Auditor General should do an audit and then all that. And when the minister was before the floor of Parliament here, requested for time for the Auditor General to finish his work, and then we review this matter once again. The Auditor General is done with that special audit report. And one of the recommendations is still to renegotiate this agreement when you look at the special audit report. So I don't know why the minister is now rushing to propose up to 2032, that the amendment covers up to 2032, instead of him coming to present before this Parliament what they have done to implement on the report of the ad hoc committee and on the report of the Auditor General. So my view is, because we do not want the electricity tariffs to go up, we need the minister to tell us, in my view, as Honorable Nandal had suggested, 1 year or 6 months is good enough. So maybe if you're requesting for a period of 1 year to implement all the recommendations that the ad hoc committee did suggest, and what the Auditor General has recommended, that would be understandable. We would know that the next Parliament, even if we are not here, will do work on our behalf, on behalf of the Ugandans, to see how best we can save taxpayers' money. So my view is, and the one we had raised was the income of Bujagali power plant to be exempted up to 30th of June 2026. That is 1 year, which we believe the next Parliament will have work to do and look into this and see how best they can solve this problem.
Honorable Karim has a right to suggest what he thinks. So there's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Speaker and Chair, you need to rein into the Honorable Minister. These are his proposals, and members are debating them. When he rises, it's an act of intimidation on members, and he needed to calm down and listen to the members.
Matthias, you wanted to respond to what was being raised.
Now, let him be patient. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural matter I'm raising is that a house you did preside over ordered for an inquest via an ad hoc committee. And I remember you wrote to me officially, then as law, and I seconded the Honorable Karim and the Honorable Mwanga Chivombi. And they did a wonderful job. Without an action taken report before this house, are we not being taken for a ride in the park? For the minister to return here with a fresh proposal to again revisit a matter on which the House made a decision, very clear decision, and with no action, no report on action taken, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, wouldn't you guide procedure of this House to ask of the minister to take leave of this matter and apologize and respect this House and remove the next matter, Right Honourable Speaker?
Honourable Attorney General, tell us the impact.
Right Honourable Speaker, I just want to make one point, really.
Honorable Duru says we need to renegotiate.
Well, he's saying we need to renegotiate. It takes two to negotiate. It takes two to negotiate. So Parliament can say go and renegotiate, but if the other party is not renegotiating, there will be no renegotiation. Now, the tax waiver, the discretion to give or not to give the tax waiver is really with Parliament, and that one is perfectly fine. What I can only tell you is that, for me, I can only read the agreement that's before me. And the calculation for the tariff is as follows. Let me read it. Because for me, I'm just sharing information because, yeah, this is the computation in clause 4.1 of the computation of the capacity payment. The capacity payment for any month M shall be calculated as follows.
First, I need an answer on what is the implication of giving or not giving.
That's what I'm saying. The implication of not giving is that the corporate income tax is just loaded back onto the tariff. When you're computing the tariff, you put in the repayment tariff date, you put in the interest on the tariff debt, you put in the tariff equity repayment, you put in the capital income, the corporate income tax, you put in other tax components, you put in the monthly O&M fees, you put in the miscellaneous charges, and then you get the tariff. So if the tariff is 4 and we don't give the tax waiver, all they have to do is add back that figure and put the tariff. So it's that simple. Colleagues, let me finish. Please listen to me. Colleagues, no, you see for me, you see for me my job is just to interpret the contract as I have it. What its eventual number will be, is not mine. I don't know what the number will be. I don't know whether the tariff will go higher or lower. But what I know is that if we do not waive the tax, it will be added. I don't know whether the experts will tell you. Right Honorable Speaker and Chairs, Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue that I wanted to no, the tax is on profit, yes, and that's the point. Let me, Honorable Nandala, you see, for me, I have read the report of the ad hoc committee, and it has said that government lost, is it $348 million. All we are waiting for is instruction to go and recover $348 million through court or not. The other experts did not hold the same view. So for us, but Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the issue that we need to address our minds to, and calmly, and like Honorable Masaba said, it was not a terribly good agreement, but it is what we have. It was not a good agreement, but it is what we have. We've been agitating over like Umeme that we've just finished. It is what we have. That's the agreement we have before us. So what I'm saying, let me finish, because for me, for me what I'm saying to colleagues, yes.
Honorable members, let the Attorney General finish.
Let me finish.
No, let the Attorney General finish.
What I'm saying, colleagues, is that for me, what I am saying.
Let the Attorney General finish.
Let me finish.
Honorable Semuju.
Let me finish, please.
No, he has not. He's not the one chairing the House. Please, let him finish.
Colleagues, what I'm requesting us to do is to just really appreciate the consequence of our action. If indeed the colleagues in the House say that the tariff will reduce, then it will be perfectly fine. So the government can go on and try to renegotiate, but while this process is going on, the terms
Honorable
of the contract
Karim and Honorable Jonathan are of the same view that we give you a short time to go and renegotiate. That is where we stopped. Yes, let me first hear from the minister, the owner.
Madam Chair.
Even Nathan had the same.
Madam Speaker, whereas I appreciate what Honorable Karim is putting on the table, conditioning it on the term of this parliament is something I don't agree with. Why? In 2017, I was a chairperson of the Finance Committee. That was the first time this proposal was brought to the House. We gave an exemption of 5 years, which 5 years stretched to another term of Parliament. Madam Speaker, yes, Madam Speaker, this contract, this agreement expires in 2032.
42. The agreement is 42.
2042.
The loan is 32.
Is 32, yes. We have been coming here every other time. And why we thought of asking for 7 years was to avoid a situation of coming here every year to ask for an extension. And that is why I still pray that Parliament allows us the 7 years.
Order on what?
Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister, who was the chair of the Finance Committee, has rightly told us that in 2017, I heard him clearly, that they gave exemption for 5 years. The minister knew that this particular agreement expires in 2032. As chair of the committee then, why didn't you extend to 2032? You gave them 5 years. Why? So is it in order for the minister?
You give what you asked. He didn't have powers to suggest on his own.
No.
Honorable
Can I conclude my point, Right Honorable Speaker? So this is a point of order to the minister, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Chair. Is he in order now to tell us that we should extend to 2032, when at that time he was chair and he knew about this agreement and he knew the terms? So is he in order, Right Honorable Speaker?
What is the difference between now and 32?
2032, he was a chair then.
I am asking what's the difference between now and 2032?
Right Honorable Chair, it is 7 years away from now. And the House is saying our term ends in 2026. Can we, Right Honorable Chair, since we extended by 1 year previously.
You want to debate or you're asking for an order?
Okay, is it in order for the chairperson of the Committee of Finance, who is now, former chair, who is now the Minister of Finance, to come here and speak for Bujagali and ask the House to extend for 7 years, when at that time he knew about the details of this contract and only gave them 5 years? Why didn't he propose beyond the 5 years, Chair?
Actually, Honorable Sarah, it is you is not in order, because you don't have what to say and you just wanted to say whatever.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
It has not been added. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker. Before the minister comes in, for me the issue I want him to address is the issue that for every exemption that we give is a gap that is created or a void that must be filled as a burden by other taxpayers. And that means, like we previously debated, we actually asked you to come back with a computation of the projection that we are meant to waive, so that we know, like the Honorable Nandalama Fabi has said, that previously we've waived to the tune of about $800 million. So what is the projection of the waiver that we are going to give for the next 7 years? So that you come out and you boldly tell the country that our projection for the next 7 years is to waive about $1 billion. So that the people know that the Honorable Musa Asizi, Minister of Finance, went to Parliament and told Ugandans that we are going to waive $1 billion of corporate income tax from Bujagali. Therefore, for me, I would like to agree with you that first of all, you're not informed about the figures. And because you yourself, you're not informed about the figures, you cannot come to us with clean hands and tell us to commit Ugandans for the next 7 years. A waiver, that's what I said in 2017. And that is what I'm saying now, because we've reaped nothing. As a result, the Honorable Nandala, as a result, the ad hoc committee came up with a report to show that you actually given Ugandans air. They have lost over $345 million. The reason is that you move us blindly, and we shall not accept to waive a multinational income tax for 7 years, much beyond our mandate and our term of office.
We are trading on
if it was done before, it was.
Honorable members, we are trading on blames. A mistake was made. It is there. We will live with it. Let's now agree how much time.
Should we sanitize the mistake? We should.
Why you sanitize you meme? Why don't you buy out? Buy out.
If there is.
I only want a suggestion on a balance.
Right Honorable Chair.
Madam Chair, Omeme Uganda Limited has been a thorn in our flesh for so long. The President has always complained that this was actually a very bad deal. Madam Speaker, for 250 megawatts, the project cost was over $900 million, close to $1 billion. In addition to that, we have been giving them waivers. For all these years, we have been giving them waivers, coming to over $600 million. Madam Speaker, the cost of our power, our tariff, is caused by this bad project of Omeme, of Bujagali. And because of that, it contributes to 40% of the costs, of the tariff costs. So, as Ugandans, we need to decide at once whether we clear this thing at once and we forget about it, or we continue suffering. Because when you come to the investors, the tariff, the industries cannot manage. We cannot manage. And now when we now tell them that we now increase.
Paul, when an elder is speaking, you sit down.
Yeah. Now, when we object with this waiver, I know Ugandans are not mindful of the cost. They are going to add the corporation tax, then the tariff will be too high. And our industries will not manage, and we cannot manage. The President has always quarreled with those who negotiated. My suggestion is that giving it for 7 years, Madam Speaker, we are overstepping. Let us go incrementally, yes, as we weigh. Let's give them 1 year as they negotiate. I believe finance will actually negotiate, because we might give them this our recommendation and they will sit on it. We give them 1 year because we don't want our people also to suffer.
Gone.
Honorable Speaker, at least I've been a part of this House for that time, even when we had all these debates. And there are many questions. One of them was, when we give you the waivers, will we be able to see the reduction in the tariff? For that reason, we need that time so that we're able to go through all these calculations and submissions. My submission is, let us give 2 years, because those 2 years will give us the opportunity to look through. And yes, 2 years. 2 years. That will give us, because right now even we are going for elections. Madam Chair, I was still speaking. Madam Chair, I was still speaking. I wanted to justify my statement. Number one, right now people are running to constituencies.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I want to make just some few corrections. Colleagues, I want to make corrections, and I'm happy my chairman Amos knows it, Katesh knows, those who know. A profit is you get income minus expenses, and if the expenses are less than the income, you make a profit. And it's the profit you subject to income tax. In this case of Bujagari, the expenses are the following: miscellaneous charges, which my Attorney General mentioned, operation and maintenance, that is OM, interest on loans borrowed, and that's the debt, interest on debt borrowed. The third issue which would have been after making profit, then you make a return, has also been expensed, which is a return on income, investment, and this is at 19%. We can also treat it as also interest, which is expense, and the miscellaneous charges. Colleagues, if you have agreed that return on investment is an expense, then there will be nothing where to make a profit, because everybody has been what? Covered. And if we get zero, multiply by 30%, it means it will be what? Zero. So this formula was done to just make us worried, but in reality there's no worry. So two, the people who are remitting the money to the generation are remitting too much money. In fact, they should remit money equal to paying those
Honorable
costs.
Nathan, can we?
That's what I'm coming to move, madam. So that's paying cost to that. And so because of that, I think, colleagues, we need to understand in that context. And so I want to plead with government that it is the time you review the agreement. I think the agreement, when we are reviewing, does not need a lot of what? Time. Because we passed the other time the law, I think when we made the ad hoc committee, we made it in 2022, and by now it should have been reviewed. So now the second one is about our refund. The Attorney General is saying the refund can't be done. We don't have evidence that the money we told you to collect, you have failed, because we have a lot of debt collectors.
Nathan, can we conclude?
So, Madam's Chair,
I have about 5 laws to complete.
5 clauses.
Laws.
So,
5 bills.
So, Madam, we must get a middle point.
Including political parties.
Yeah. Political parties. So, political parties. Colleagues, I am one of those who has been on zero, but I want to say, for purposes of harmony to move, we want to move an amendment. 37 years is out of question. It should have been less than 6 months. But for purpose of us to move, let us allow you 1 year to resolve these problems, and it is for the good of the country.
Katesh.
Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that if we did not have Bujagari in our energy mix, the tariffs would be very low. If we did not have Bujagari. The reason we have high tariffs is because we have Bujagari in our energy mix, because we did a bad agreement with a lot of commitments, and the only way out is for government to look at the loan, because the loan resulting in the return on investment of 19% is what is making the capacity payments very high. So for us to commit a longer period, I think we should allow me to finish. Let me finish my point. I was the chair of the ad hoc committee. The information we have, Madam Speaker, rather than us committing a longer period, yet it can give us a room as government to actually maybe have resources to settle the loan and reduce these payments. We can allow 1 year, and then the ministry can come back here on the actions they are willing to take, so that we keep moving forward.
Minister.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I wish to plead with the House to allow me 3 years.
Honorable members, you know, there is always a solution from LOP. Maybe once LOP a middle ground to 2 years. There's always a
Honorable Speaker, I think that government and the Attorney General needs to help us here to come clean. Because here you are mentioning that the power purchase agreement between the government and the Bujagali hydropower project, which is to run up to 2032. You're saying that government committed to waive income tax. That's what is in the report of the committee. And let me get it for you here. We want to be helped. Can we, Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Chair, how do we get a copy of that power purchase agreement? Where? So that we get the certainty of some of these things. That's number one. But number two, no, the library is not there. No, it's not there. Attorney General, I request that you share it with me right now. But number two, now that you have it, you know. Number two, Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Chair, I am not an accountant. I'm a lawyer and a few other things. But you see, even for basic accounting, when you say that once there is no waiver, the tariff will go up, the tariff is already factored in the cost of production. Here we are targeting the profit, because the profit is exclusive of the cost of production. So it is not true when we say that once you remove the waiver, once there is no waiver, then the tariff will go higher, because the tariff is determined by the cost of production. Now, already you have taken care of your cost of production. So the profit that we are looking at, that we are interested in, is after you have dealt with the cost of production entirely. So I think it is blackmail, Right Honourable Chair, when we are told once you do not have a waiver, then the tariff will go higher. But how? How does it make accounting sense? For those of us who are not accountants, because you see, we want to tax the profit. You're saying, no, you leave the profit alone. Once you touch the profit, the cost of production will go higher and the tariff. But the cost of production is taken care of already. That means the tariff remains as is. So, Right Honourable Chair, I want that those of us who are not accountants, let's not be confused. There's some information from a senior accountant.
Honourable members, I put a question that the income tax amendment bill be read for the second time. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. No. The ayes have it.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair.
Honourable Speaker, Clause 2 is amended in paragraph B by substituting for proposed paragraph ZA, I, the following. I, registered business shall be, I beg your pardon, registered business which has invested capital not exceeding 500 million shillings. Justification for clarity that it should be a registered business which has invested capital not exceeding 500 million, other than a business registered with an investment capital not exceeding 500 million. I beg to submit.
Thank you.
No, on that one now, you see, investment capital is both your own money and the borrowed money. So the only money you can register is your share what? Share capital. Then the other one may be in form of dividend, debentures, or loans. So, Madam Chair, it is incumbent to the person who is saying, I have a share capital of 20 million, but I've borrowed another maybe 480 million to make 500 million. And this can be got in the balance sheet and the returns. But not you to say that on day one, you must have an investment of 500 million to register a company. No. That will be wrong, and it won't be forthcoming that to do the investment.
So what is the amendment?
The amendment would be, in fact, the current EC is that if I have a registered business, my registered business, with a share capital, whatever it is, and I either borrowed or whatever money to the tune which is less than 500 million, I should be given the grace period. Other than saying I should register it, because that means to show you that I've registered, I should go to URSB and say I have a business with share capital 500 million. I pay stamp duty on that, and what? What was saying, investment money is both your money and borrowed money.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Chair, I think what Honorable Mafab is saying and what the Chair and also ourselves we proposed leads us to the same thing. Because when we say a registered business which has invested capital not exceeding, yes, not exceeding means
it is the same.
Yes, it is the same.
Nathan,
so I propose, I want to persuade
what
you
starts
to...
first?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, that's why I was saying the purpose, you don't need to amend this. Business registered with an investment capital not exceeding. That means
what you're talking about is invested. This is investment capital.
So what
that may include both equity and...
So in short, what I'm doing, I am agreeing with your statement, not the amendments which are coming.
It stays as it is. Yes.
I think before you come in, I think we are on the same
What
thing.
Honorable Nathan is saying, we maintain it as it is. There is no amendment.
Madam Chair, the amendment was for clarity. So since it is clear, we maintain it as it is.
Yes, it stands part of the bill.
Yes. The committee had thought that our proposal was not clear. But since the House...
No, they changed the meaning.
Thinks it is clear.
Chair,
yes.
So we
Chair,
stay...
the Honourable Minister, before you proceed, we are losing the point. What the committee wanted to cure was that a business that is registered, not capital at registration, while registered. Because when you look at the law as it is, it talks about... A
business is registered with an investment capital.
So for us, we changed it to a registered business with an investment capital, which is okay. So I think we need to go with the amendment, for clarity, the amendment of the committee.
Okay. So that stands part of the bill.
My proposal, Madam Chair, is to delete AB, the income of Jagari Hydropower Project, up to 30th June 2032.
Not deleting. You replace 32 with the year that you're putting.
No, I am making my proposal.
Okay.
If the chair is also making a proposal.
Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, the popular opinion of the House is already understood. That by 30th of June 2026, that's where the waiver stops. So 1 year. So let's just substitute it.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary. Let's have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary. Nay. Those in favor say on the contrary. Nay. Let's have it.
So what have we done on, is it, there are 2 amendments?
Yes.
So which one? We've taken the last one of 26?
No, mine. Total deletion.
The last one. That was a deletion. The other one was an amendment of 1 year.
Of 1 year, okay.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports there too.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill Number 2, 2025, and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading. The Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill Number 2, 2025 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Act 2025.
Title settled and the bill passed.
Item 5.4, the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2025.
Chair.
Oh, sorry. The External Trade Amendment Bill 2025.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the bill entitled the External Trade Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the second time.
Seconded by Amos, Alanyo, Nekesa, Eseno, Ezama, Karamoja Fairs, Omara, Silas, Sara, Eva and Panado, Goli, Dr. Yume, Honorable Katesh, Alebtong, Timu, Sam, Emily, and Koboko. Pamela, thank you. Speak to your motion.
Madam Speaker, the object of this bill is to impose an infrastructure levy on imports which are for home use, to provide for import declaration fees on imports which are for home use, and to impose an export levy on wheat bran, cotton cake, and maize bran. I wish to also report to you that has been one of the contentious bills where we needed harmonization, and our meeting was very fruitful. We have already harmonized the two sides, and I hope that we shall
Thank you.
quickly run through this process.
Nathan, can you give us the harmonization?
Madam Chair and colleagues, before the chair comes in of the committee, it's true, one of the contentious issues was this, and what we discovered is that sometimes we have to be careful. Like the infrastructure levy, we have been paying infrastructure levy of 1.5%, all those goods were coming in, but we have been using legal notice, and this from my East African community. So what has happened, instead of being in a legal notice, we're putting it in the law, but it has been applicable. I want to tell everybody that one has been. The second one is about at declaration, where there is, import declaration. In East Africa, they have sat down. I'm told the lowest is 0.6%. The other one is 2%. But Burundi and Rwanda, they charge you in kilos. Every kilo you pay $5. And we're told that next week, they are going to be harmonization in the Council of Ministers, and Uganda is going with a position which they believe if they tabled it, it will be accepted by everybody. And the middle point which Uganda is going with, which you want to put here maybe when it goes, they're saying 1%. So given that there's 0.62% and 2%, 0.6% and 2%, and given the $5 per kilogram, which is 2, because it means if you took potatoes, they will say, how much is the kilo? $5. If you took gold, how much is the kilo? $5. So they are not looking for the value for them, they are looking for weight, which we now said there should be a percentage of value. So given that they want 1%, it's one of the things we agreed. As Uganda, we take 1%. I think those were the two contentious issues. We have resolved them, and we can say the chair, when he's reading the report, it's an agreed position.
Thank you so much. The Hansard captured the report from the committee. Nathan has explained it all. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, this bill had not been presented. I actually don't know how the harmonization happened on a bill before it is presented. But I will go ahead and read the minority report. So this harmonization happened.
This bill was tabled in the House. How did you come up with a minority?
Yesterday, when we were handling the procedure code, we had a disagreement and you advised us to go and harmonize. But this particular one was not presented yesterday. So I wanted that to be also captured on record.
So what are you talking about? This
I am not aware that there was even harmonization on this. That's the point I am making. But if it happened,
in the committee, there was a harmonization in the committee.
Which committee?
Madam Chair, let me make it clear. You're right. Madam Chair, yesterday when you sent us off, you said tomorrow, all those with minority reports, we have a meeting to harmonize before we come. And that was what was agreed. So at about when we were leaving, the chair called everybody who has issues of majority reports and minority report to come, and the Attorney General had to come. So the reason why we went there was as the directive you put up yesterday. Unfortunately, if we overstepped, then we're sorry. But in that meeting, on our side, those were
it was a proper way. That was good management from the chair. Well.
No. We had my brother Karim. Okay.
Madam Speaker, let me ease the work with or without harmonization. I am going to be very short. Yes. I have two areas of disagreement. One on on studies and policy. I have presented it in an earlier report, so I don't have to repeat it. Our disagreement is on the, let me read it the way it is. Bill will raise commodity prices. The bill proposes a 1.5 infrastructure levy on goods being imported into the country. This levy is payable by the importer at the point of entry. The bill further introduces a 1% declaration fee on all goods being imported into the country. In effect, this bill introduces 2 new taxes on imported goods. What this means is that when you import, say, a shirt or a pair of jeans, you will be required to pay 2.5% of the value of that shirt as declared by Uganda Revenue Authority at a point of entry. The authority is already collecting from these same items value-added tax. A typical businessman or woman, therefore, pays corporate tax, VAT, excise, payee, withholding, stamp duty, etc. So these multiple taxes is the reason businesses are collapsing. By approving this proposal, you are legislating your people out of work. Already businesses are closing because of too much taxes and the fees from local authorities. And here you are being asked to introduce extra taxes. And of course, all these taxes are going to be passed over to the consumers. Moreover, this government recognizes the inability by the population to pay all these multiple and high taxes. The reason it is waiving penalty and interest on principal tax not paid in the tax procedures code. You are waiving penalty and interest to enable people to pay on one hand, but on another hand, you are heaping them with new taxes. The justification for the new taxes is that we need to raise 79 billion, which is part of the 765 billion required to counterfund construction of the standard gauge railway. The railway will cost us 10.8 trillion, which as usual will borrow. So this money actually can be realized by reallocation in the budget. You have allocated 296 billion in the budget for workshops and seminars. Why don't you just chop 79 billion for standard gauge railway instead of imposing a new tax? You know Uganda is a net importer of goods and services. So if the strategy is to protect industries, it will also backfire because the population is poor. So we ask the NRM government to be merciful before you propose extra taxes. So I will leave the one of the study because I have covered it in an earlier report, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Elijah.
I just needed some clarification. After having listened to Honorable Musa Sisi and Honorable Speaker, after listening from Honorable Musa Sisi and Honorable Nathan about the infrastructure levy, that the government or the Minister of Finance has been using legal notice. But now we want to put it formally in law. Hasn't that been illegal? Because it's only Parliament that imposes a tax. Because if it was illegal, then there was no need to bring now.
It was not illegal.
In this amendment.
It was not illegal. They were.
Yeah. But I'm asking for clarification. I'm just asking for clarification.
Okay.
Because if it was genuine, then there was no need to bring it here. Because if they have been doing it, why bring it now? So I need that clarification from Honorable Nandala.
Chair is clarifying.
Before the chair, Madam Speaker, I think we need to read these proposals together with the certificate of financial implication. The minister says he wants to raise 79 billion from this proposal of the infrastructure to fund the standard gauge railway. That means he has not been correcting. Because if he was correcting, then the certificate of financial implication is a lie.
He has been collecting. You cannot get a figure before you know what you have been correcting.
Then you cannot say you're going to raise the money to fund the standard gauge railway, which money you have been raising already?
Maybe you're improving.
Right Honourable Speaker, I just want to clarify that the mention of the standard gauge railway could have come, but this money is not meant for the standard gauge railway.
Specific.
It is just infrastructure. It was just in a discussion. It is not even in the law. Not in a discussion. It was. It is not written in the bill.
Honorable Sam, would you have respect for your colleagues?
And Right Honourable Speaker.
Why are you standing when
Right
somebody is speaking?
Speaker, the raising of the revenue as a result of the bill does not only refer to the infrastructure levy. There is also the import declaration fees. We also see a fee put after the ban on the imposing an export levy on wheat bran, cotton cake, so it is not necessarily out of the infrastructure levy, but rather on the other items that are the object of the bill. So I needed to clarify that.
Katesh?
Madam Speaker and colleagues, I just want to give information. Number one, the infrastructure levy, development levy, was introduced some time back, 2014, and it has roots in the East African Community Customs Management Act. What government is doing is to formally domesticate it here, which should be done with other amendments that take place during pre-budget in Arusha. I think we should task the minister to always do that. Number two, the fear about the increasing cost. The amendments, as have been presented, have carefully taken care of the exclusions under the exemption schedule in the East African Community Customs Management Act. So what we should be demanding government, if we are saying the 1.5 is for supporting the infrastructure development, then the question should be, what are the projects underway? Because we need the railway. Someone talks about the standard gauge railway. We needed it yesterday. So if the ministry has identified this as a resource towards that, I think we should be able to support the government to be able to achieve that purpose. Because the infrastructure is assisting all the imports that that come through in this country and exports. But in terms of the taking care that it does not increase the cost of production, the manufacturing, all those exclusions have been provided because it has gross reference to schedule under the Act that provides for those exclusions. The fifth schedule.
Madam Chair, I want to answer Honorable Raja. Well, I have also been paying, when you import, I've been paying infrastructure levy. I wasn't understanding. I tried to look around. It's only today when I saw a notice. And I think, of course, why they are coming to domesticate it is I think they discovered that if somebody went ahead, they could really. Honorable Elijah has a point, and the Attorney General, you have to be careful. Why wasn't it already originally in our laws, given the fact that it is in this African Custom Management Act? That's number one. Number two, I think the other question, which is very important for us, we have been collecting it for a long time. Which account has it been going? Where is it? Because it is purposely for infrastructure. So because you must show us also, I think that is now my younger brother Musasi, the Minister of Finance. You must show us where the other illegally collected infrastructure levy.
Illegally.
Okay, because it's not domesticated. Elijah has raised a very good point, because Elijah knows where has it been deposited. Have you made a mistake already or what? And I think for me, the way I'm seeing they're making it come as a law now, I think they want to make it now look as part and parcel of the entire budget.
Domesticate.
It goes in the consolidated
That's what
fund.
I'm saying. It's not going to the consolidated fund. Otherwise, when it is infrastructure, under normal circumstances, if you put it purposely for infrastructure, there would be a special other consolidated account called infrastructure where all collection would go there. like the road fund, like the petroleum fund. That's how it should have been. So I think now the Attorney General and the Minister should tell us what plan they have to know so that you separate it. So that well, I would agree if you're saying a standard rail gig. Have you created an account specifically for infrastructure levy?
Honourable members, I put a question that the External Trade Amendment Bill 2025 be read the second time. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The External Trade Amendment Bill 2025, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause.
Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Chair, the new clause we are proposing to insert is for clarity. The bill is amended by inserting immediately after clause 1 the following. Amendment of External Trade Act. The External Trade Act, in this act referred to as the Principal Act, is amended in section 1 by inserting the definition of the word home use. Immediately after the definition of the word goods as follows. Home use means goods imported into a customs territory for free circulation and do not include goods for re-export and goods in transit. Justification to provide a definition for the word home use, which is used in the proposed section 3A and 3B in the bill. I beg to submit.
Nathan? Hey, you harmonized. I
think the home use we have to be careful. There's home use in the market for trading. Is it universal? What about personal
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
The people of Kira are watching.
Madam Chair, I move a motion that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the External Trade Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
I put a question that the report of the committee. A motion? Okay.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
Thank you. I put a question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the External Trade Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the External Trade Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the External Trade Amendment Bill 2025 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the External Trade Amendment Act 2025.
Title settled and the bill passed.
Item 5.4, Bill second reading, the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the second time.
Seconded. Melissa, Jennifer, Eseno, Margaret, Karim, Silas, Nevanda, Chut, Santa, by the whole side. Speak to your motion.
Madam Speaker, the bill is seeking to amend Schedule 2 of the Stamp Duty Act to provide for nil duty for agreements or memorandum of an agreement and a mortgage deed.
Thank you, Chair. A brief one and we capture all your report.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I beg to lay the original report of the committee, and as said by the Honourable Minister, the object of the bill looks at two areas: the provision or provide for nil duty for agreements or memorandum of an agreement, and provide for nil duty for a mortgage deed or mortgage of a crop. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the committee on the matter of nil duty for agreement and memorandum of an agreement, the committee observed that the removal of the 15,000 stamp duty, 15,000 shillings stamp duty shall ease registration of agreements and memoranda. The committee recommends that the Uganda shillings 15,000 stamp duty on agreements or memoranda of agreement should attract nil duty as proposed by the bill. Object number 2, nil stamp duty for mortgage deeds and mortgage on crop. The committee observes that credit-related instruments attracting stamp duty, and this duty increases the cost of credit and reduces private sector borrowing, which is vital for economic growth. To address this, government proposes a nil duty on mortgage deeds and mortgage of a crop in order to support access to affordable credit and promote business growth. The committee recommends that the 0.5% stamp duty on mortgage deeds and the 15,000 Uganda shillings on mortgage of a crop should attract nil stamp duty as proposed in the bill. Conclude by saying that the committee recommends that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2025 be passed without amendments. I beg to submit.
A motion.
Thank you, Right Honourable Chair. Right Honourable Chair, this is a Speaker. This is a very interesting bill, trying to reduce the burden on businesses. So I move that the question be put and we go to the committee stage. I beg to move.
Thank you. Seconded. Seconded by Silas, Melissa, David, Jennifer, Izama, Omara. The business person is Honorable Kotoko. Even Semuju and Doctor. I put a question that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2025, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2.
I want to seek an advice from Attorney General and the Minister of Finance. the reason why this came was that if I gave an employee an appointment letter, I was to register it and pay stamp duty. Now, can you read this one, number A, agreement or memorandum of an agreement? You are saying nil. Is it also going to deal with appointment letters of staffs? Because the law, what you are saying, URA was taxing, saying if you give anybody an appointment letter, whether clean or what, you must pay stamp what? Does it address it? Confirm on this so that we...
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue was to remove the duty on any of those registrable memorandum. So if you have an agreement, you can keep it before you are required to pay duty on it. But now you can have your agreement without duty.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, I move a motion that the House, for resumption of the House, and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it without amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move a motion that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading. The Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2025 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Stamp Duty Amendment Act 2025.
Title settled and the bill passed.
Item 5.5, Bill second reading, the Hides and Skins Export Duty Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Hides and Skins Export Duty Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the second time.
Seconded by Pamela, Baka, Melissa, Betty, Izama, Samuel. UPDF, Nekesa, Lanyo, Cyrus, Santa, Sarah, Ivanda, Panado, Margaret, Chairperson, Alebutong, Goli, Aukot, Eseno, Musa, Jennifer, Bunyole is also here. Karamoja is also here. Yes. And Moses. Speak to it. Speak to the motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Hides and Skins Export Duty Act, Cap 337, to repeal Schedule 2 of the Act, and for other related matters, as simple as that.
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Chair is presenting the report. Silo.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this bill indeed was brought to the committee, and I hereby submit the original report and lay on table. Right Honorable Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Hides and Skins Export Duty Act, Cap 337, to repeal Section 2, Subsection 3, Section 4, Subsection 2, and Schedule 2 of the Act, thus removing all exemptions from the Hides and Skins Export Levy. Right Honorable Speaker, imposition of a levy on raw and semi-processed hides and skins. Clause 2 of the bill amends the Hides and Skins Export Duty Act, Cap 337, by repealing Section 2, Subsection 3, Section 4, Subsection 2, and Schedule 2 of the Act. Currently, the Act exempts certain items from the export levy, including pickled, partly or wholly tanned hides and skins, cattle masks, pizzos, and sinews, glue stock, hides and skins, and any game hide obtained under a license issued under the Uganda Wildlife Act. And Clause 2, Subsection 1 of the Hides and Skins Export Duty Act provides for imposition of a levy on hides and skins exported out of Uganda at a rate of 0.8 per kilogram. This includes raw hides and skins exported for processing. Clause 2.3, Subsection 3 of the Act provides that no levy shall be payable for any item in Schedule 2 to the Act, and Schedule 2 provides for exemptions from export duty. The committee was informed that the removal of these exemptions is driven by the following key policy recommendations. 1, a surge in glue stock exports, which was attributed to depletion of the raw material for the local industries. 2, a shortage of raw materials for tannery industries, undermining their productivity and growth. And 3, promotion of import substitution and export-oriented industrialization in line with government's policy of encouraging local revenue, local value addition, I beg your pardon, and strengthening domestic manufacturing. Now, by eliminating these exemptions, the amendment seeks to enhance availability of raw materials for Uganda's tannery industry, support local value addition, and align with broader economic strategies aimed at industrial growth and export orientation. The committee observed that the imposed amendment seeks to limit export of raw materials and skins, of raw hides and skins, which are processed for food, for export, in brackets, PONMO. This value addition enterprise has benefited from the tax exemptions and promoted value addition in Uganda's local industry. The rejected hides and skins from tanneries are transformed into processed food, and URA has categorized PONMO under glue stock and has not assigned it separate product category. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends 1, the proposed charge of $0.8 US, or rather 80 cents per kilogram, be charged on raw hides and skins exported out of the country, and we propose that that be adopted. 2, URA should exempt this category of ponmo from export duty. Conclusion, the committee recommends that the hides and skins export levy amendment bill 2025 be passed subject to the proposed amendments. I beg to submit.
Madam Chair.
Honorable members, you've heard it is a direct law.
Madam Chair, I have something to make a comment
on. On which clause? On which clause?
It's specifically.
How many clauses does the law have?
The one of 0.8 cents.
Okay.
0.8.
We will make amendment when we reach that clause. I put a question that the hides and skins export duty amendment bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The hides and skins export duty amendment bill 2025, bills committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Amendment.
Madam Chair. That is
Which clause is that?
Clause 2. Madam Chair. I am very right. Madam Chair, I am concerned because, 1, some of the people who deal in hides and skins are in my constituency. And allowing this particular proposal to go through will affect their business. I'm one person that believes, or who believes, that people should be given an opportunity to trade freely. If someone is giving me better prices out of the country, why should I be kakundi within the borders of Uganda? Then I'm forced to look around for market, and anybody will give you very small money. My people should make money. If they are exporting to America and America is giving us better money, that should be the way. Therefore, my proposal is for deletion of this particular proposal, because it will affect my business persons who are helping my constituency to survive. Right, Honorable Speaker.
I want to ask a clarification from my brother. Maybe the minister. Mr. Minister, if I took a cow from here to Rwanda, I'm going to sell it to cross the border, do you tax me? A cow, because I'm carrying my cow. You see, because agriculture.
There is no cow tax.
There's no cow tax.
No.
So, you see, so Madam Speaker, why I'm raising this?
The product.
The
tax,
the product like milk maybe, but now here, if we are not careful, people will carry our cows and go and slaughter them across the border. So you have to be very careful. Yeah, because if there is no tax on the carry, because the cow, the only milk it will carry on that day is for that day only. That's not a big issue. But if you take a cow that when it crosses as an agriculture and there's no tax, they will take cows across Kenya, Sudan, and whatever they will. So we better be careful. Yes.
The information is that that example you have used does not apply.
But you know the taxation is on a value addition of a product.
It can't apply because you can't tax goods within the community. You don't do that. So the community is one. So if goods coming from Uganda if you're moving cows to things, they can't be taxed. So you would use an example if a person were moving a cow, say, to London. Yeah. If you want to dodge this tax, you have to put it on a plane and take it to London or something like that.
Yes, on Emirates.
Madam Speaker, I want to give. I know the history of this tax to try and encourage value addition of processing of hides in Uganda for over the years. What we are attempting to do now, and why the committee did not agree with the government, is you are attempting to classify food as hides. The people who are processing these hides into foodstuffs, when they export, what they are requesting from government is an HS code, a nomenclature that applies to the product they are exporting. If someone has got offcuts of hides, cleaned them, cooked them, and packaged them for export to West Africa, you cannot say that he's exporting hides. So they need to have a proper nomenclature, code, applicable, and then we deal with the hides separately.
Nathan?
I suggest that these West African people have been carrying those hides and skins under that umbrella. It's good for them to pay a tax, and there should be no excuse at all, because our local industries here are missing out on the raw materials. These people have been doing it under that cover. So the moment we put a tax, it will be good for this country.
Thank you.
Because as members of parliament, we should not think of spending and we don't look for revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. When you look at the information I'm trying to provide is when you look at the amendment that is proposed by the committee, it's actually in support of the government.
Actually, you know what? The committee has not yet moved an amendment.
Yes. So
can we first allow the committee to move the amendment, and then we look at it?
Thank you, Right Honorable. The committee recommends that we amend clause 2. Clause 2 is substituted for the following: that clause 2 is amendment of the Hides and Skins Export Duty Act. The Hides and Skins Export Duty Act is amended in Schedule 2 by deleting paragraphs 1, 2, 3B, 3C, and 4. Justification: to exempt glue stock from export levy in order to promote the innovation to process hides and skins as processed food for export, which is called PONMO. This value addition enterprise, categorized as glue stock, has benefited from the tax exemptions and promoted value addition in Uganda's local industry.
Madam Chair, there's a problem. Glue stock is, I think, cooking the hides and exporting them. Now we are saying we must promote value addition. So the moment we have value addition, then we should also tax value addition. And since you have brought it now, I'm now trying to agree with my friend Nathan, my elder brother Nathan. Because we have a ginger tanning industry.
Thank you.
Let us have a ginger tanning industry to take the hides to make shoes and whatever. In short of that, anything which is being used to be exported out should be liable to,
including the glue stock.
Even the glue stock. So I don't agree that glue stock should be exempted. Glue stock should also what? Be taxed.
Before the deputy chair comes in, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Chair, when you look at what the committee is proposing and what the bill is proposing, the bill was proposing that we remove this, all hides and skins, including glue stock, they should all be taxed. But in the wisdom of the committee, after interacting with the various stakeholders, we are in support of adding value in the country. So all hides and skins, we should be able to add value to them in the country. So we should tax whoever intends to export.
So why don't we maintain clause 2 as it is in the law?
Yes, that is where I'm coming, Right Honorable. When you look at the 3A, the one that we are leaving in the exemption, is the team that is adding value to the glue stock. And glue stock is more of the offcuts because it's defined as those hides and skins that they cut into small pieces. So they are, Right Honorable, there are people who have set up factories in the country to process, to use these offcuts, because in their justification, they were always throwing away these waste, and they invented ways of how they can process it and export it as finished or ready to consume food, not hides and skins.
Moses?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Actually, the clarification I want to make is this innovation in no way will undermine the tanning industry, because what is made as Ponmo is actually from rejected hides and skill from the tanning industry. So it won't undermine the tanning industry in any way. Thank you.
AJ.
Let me tell you, even cow dung, if people will come for a cow dung, and the cow dung is used for fertilizer, being manure. So even if with the hooves, those raw ones, I don't know, those who step, we can use them to.
Information. Can I provide additional information? You see, I think the fear of the industry, and I understand where my colleague Honorable Nanda is coming from. It is an issue of regulation, because hides and skins export, according to our law, is a restricted export. That's why you need a license. So rather than killing the industry, of reject the things which would actually be an environmental problem, which some of these young innovators have looked at and have seen the market and they are processing food, rather than killing it because we are fearing that even the others are going, we can support them, and then we have a regulation. We have regulations to make sure we avoid anyone misusing this provision.
Honorable Katesh, I thought we are saying we are only taxing what is exported. What we use locally, we don't tax.
No, the issue, the amendment as they were proposing is even to look at the final product, which is, as far as nomenclature is concerned, if you have transformed offcuts into food, that Ponmo, and you're exporting it, the classification is food. You are not exporting hides. And this is where we need to draw the line. Yes, we are supporting value addition in Uganda, and we do not want us ourselves to lose raw materials for turning the hides into shoes, etc. But if someone has got offcuts, prepared them, and produced the product here, they have factories. The product will not be hides and skins, and they are adding value. So it is an issue of classification.
I think, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we need to be very careful. We are discussing a law on hides and skin export duty amendment bill. If the people you're talking about are exporting food, this law doesn't deal with them. No,
it doesn't.
It doesn't deal with them. If they're exporting food, no. If we are not, the issue with you is classification by URA.
I give information. When they appeared before us, they said, when they are trying to export, the Revenue Authority has not given them the applicable code, so they keep classifying them and hides.
That is not.
And that's the problem.
Administrative.
Yes.
But then, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, if they are classified as skins, hides and skins, they'll be got here. If you are saying it is food, then it is not here. So what we are saying is that we are proposing that government puts a levy on the people who are exporting hides and skins, not anything else.
Honourable members, I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favour say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Minister.
Right Honourable Chair, I beg to move that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favour say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled The Hides and Skins Export Duty Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it without amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Hides and Skins Export Duty Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Hides and Skins Export Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Hides and Skin Export Amendment Bill 2025 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Hides and Skins Export Duty Amendment Act 2025.
Title settled and the bill passed. Thank you. Next item.
Motion seeking leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill titled the Political Parties and Organizations Amendment Bill.
Honorable Mpuga.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to move a motion seeking the leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Political Parties and Organizations Amendment Bill 2025. Initially 2024. Honourable Speaker, moved under Rule 58, 127 and 128 of the new Rules of Parliament. Honourable Speaker, whereas Article 79 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda empowers Parliament to make laws on any matter for the peace, order, development and good governance of Uganda, and whereas Article 94, Sub-Article 4B of the Constitution and the Rule 127 of the Rules of Procedure permit a Member of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill, aware that Article 29 1C of the Constitution guarantees a person's right to associate with others, including the right to form and join associations, trade unions, and political and other civic organizations, noting that Article 72 of the Constitution recognizes and guarantees the right of every person to form political parties and organizations, recognizing that the Political Parties and Organizations Act Cap 178 is the principal law that regulates the formulation, registration, membership, and organization of political parties and organizations. Concerned that Section 17 and 18 of the Political Parties and Organizations Act, providing for mergers and creation of coalitions by political parties and organizations, are limited in scope and restrictive, since they do not provide for the status of the coalition or a newly created party arising out of a merger of political parties and organizations, as well as the effect of a coalition and a merger on the persons occupying elective offices representing affected parties. Further concerned that the failure to prescribe detailed provisions to govern the formation of mergers and coalitions has affected the uptake in the formation of mergers and coalitions by political parties in Uganda, since the legal regime relating to the formation is unclear, restrictive, and limited in scope. Firmly convinced that unless the Political Parties and Organizations Act is amended to provide detailed provisions on formation and the creation of mergers and coalitions by political parties and organizations, political mergers and coalitions shall remain informal and unregulated, and political parties shall remain disunited. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament grants me leave to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Political Parties and Organizations Amendment Bill 2025, a draft of which is attached here to Right Honourable Speaker, and do order the publication of the bill in preparation of its first reading. I beg to move.
Thank you. Seconded. Seconded by Silas. We are granting leave. Would you, yes, Nathan, Ayeko, Omara, Okot, Noah, Chut, Betty, Alebton, thank you. Would you love to speak to it? He has already spoken. Okay. Honorable members, I put a question that the motion by Honorable Mpuga, that Honorable Mpuga be granted leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill, the Political Parties and Organization Amendment Bill 2025. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. The clerk is instructed to support the member in ensuring that the bill. The clerk will write to the Minister of Finance. Yes, Dorcas.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, while I stood to second the motion, I'm also concerned that just yesterday the House also granted leave to Honourable Nakut over a similar, or I would say the same issue. And the clarification I'm seeking is that now, as it stands, we have 2 members granted leave. So how will it be harmonized? Will it be done at some stage, at committee stage? I'm seeking that clarification.
Yeah, these are 2 laws with different objectives, and that issue was already settled. And that's why we allowed Honorable Mpuga to come with this law. Next item.
Parliamentary approval of a request for disposal of pieces of land by the Kampala Capital City Authority.
Honorable members, listen. Honorable members, Section 34(6) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 requires the accounting officer not to pledge or otherwise encumber the land or any asset of a vote without permission from Parliament. To this end, we received letters from the Executive Director of Kampala City Authority dated 1st April, seeking parliamentary approval to lease, not dispose, lease the following pieces of land. Plot 2, Kenneth Close in Kamocha. Plot M731, Old Kira Road. Plot M880 off Spring Road. Plot 406, Namirembe. Plot M69, M70 land at Lugogo. The justification for this disposal, why don't you listen? The justification for this disposal is for the development and revenue purpose. Revenue purposes in form of ground rent and property rents. They want to get rent from that property. Considering that this intended disposal has a bearing on the budget plans and priorities on the vote of the subsequent financial year, the House approval is required. As Parliament, yes.
Well, the reason why we're raising, we are aware Kampala City has a lot of land. I'll give an example. In Naguru, I'm one of those who was those land, the district land board of Kampala City list. It was some time back. And they did it because the land was plain, and at that time, those are many years in the early 90s. Now, land is a very important asset. And here, there are so many institutions of government which are lacking offices, who are looking for where to develop and put. It would, the government should be the first priority to take those land to use, maybe for purposes of building their offices, or, for example, Ministry of Gender is renting from.
Honorable Nathan.
So, Madam Chair,
these people have exercised what, we are the ones supposed to approve. Let's get the report and give the committee to go and check those lands.
Yeah, but Madam Speaker, before, we have made a mistake. The person who should have read that is the Minister for Kampala. And for him, Madam Speaker, to read, you have erred because you are not a minister. You are not a minister for Kampala. You are the Speaker for Parliament of Uganda.
The letter was written to me, and the amendment says to the Speaker. So you want me to delegate to the Minister of Kampala. So what we can do is to give our committee to go and see that land, give us a report, and then before we approve. The issue is referred to the Committee of Infrastructure and report back immediately. Next item.
Item 8, motion.
Nathan, I want to ask, now if I am to sell land in Bukede, if the district wants to sell land, do they really have to come and ask for permission from Parliament? Yeah, that's what your law says. The amendment, that's what it says.
We shall explain why Kampala City was put in the law.
No, it is not Kampala City. Any vote holder.
Yes.
Vote holder, accounting officer in Bukede has to come and seek for authorization in Parliament. Next.
Motion for resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to United States dollars 106 million from the Islamic Development Bank and United States dollars 25 million from the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development for the upgrading of Kumi, Ngora, Serere, Kagwara Road, 98 kilometers.
Honorable members, as you may recall that on 9th January 2025, government tabled this request as we conclude the budget approval process. It's only prudent that we conclude the sources of funding as well. And pursuant to Article 159 of the Constitution and Rule 162, of the rules of procedure, I will therefore invite the minister to move a motion to the effect seeking parliamentary approval to borrow. Honorable Minister, you're saying that we do what, Nathan?
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion to authorize government to borrow up to United States dollars 106 million from the Islamic Development Bank and US dollars 25 million from the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development for upgrading of Kumi Ngora Serere Kagwara Road, 98 kilometers. I beg to move.
Thank you. This, there was an explanation on this law. It's a straightforward law. It is basically funding.
Madam Speaker, the actual name of the road is Kumi Ngora Serere Kagwara Kasiro Road.
Kasiro?
Where Honorable Okupa Elijah comes from.
98 kilometers. Honorable members. No, what do you want to debate? Honorable members, I put a question that the Parliament approves the request by government to borrow USD 106 million from the Islamic Development Bank and USD 25,000 from Abu Dhabi Fund for 25 million from Abu Dhabi Fund for Development for upgrading of Kumi, Ngora, Serere, Kagwara, Kasilo, 98 kilometers. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Answered, please capture the report of the report. Next.
Motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize an addendum to the proposal.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Procedure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Given permission, not you first. It was me first. Thank you. I'll wait for you. Please submit.
All the slope.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's the younger one. Madam Speaker, thank you. The procedure I'm raising is that we have our chair of the committee. We don't have any problem. We need also to see our chair on a microphone.
Okay.
So that
the chair is going to thank all of you for approving.
For that, but he also lays the minutes and the report.
Yes, he is going to lay. Chair.
And also I'm the Amran.
Chair, please, before the young Lope. Chair, please lay the minutes, the report. The young Lope. Wait, young Lope.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the members of Parliament for even approving the loan before the committee lays it before the House. That shows that there is need for this road to be worked on. Right Honourable Speaker, this road has been pending from the National Development Plan 3, and now we're in National Development Plan 4, and I am happy that the government of Uganda was in position to secure funding from the Islamic Development Bank, 106 million US dollars from Islamic Development Bank, and 25 million US dollars from Abu Dhabi Fund for for Development for the upgrade of Kumi, Ngora, Serere, Kagwara Road. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee scrutinized the loan and we made our recommendations. I want to thank members of the committee, and I also want to thank the area members of Parliament from Serere, Ngora, and Kumi who attended the meeting with us as we were scrutinizing this loan. I therefore want to take this opportunity, Right Honourable Speaker, to lay the report of the Committee on National Economy on the
the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal to borrow up to US dollars 106 million from Islamic Development Bank and 25 million US dollars from Abu Dhabi Fund for International Development for the upgrade of Kumi Ngora Serere Road. Right, Honorable Speaker, while we're scrutinizing this loan, we realized that the trading centers through which the town councils through which the road was passing was not catered for. So in the recommendation as a committee, we recommended that whatever contingency that will accrue from the loan should be utilized to upgrade roads within the town councils through which the project is going through, including Kasilo Town Council, Kadungulu, Kagwara, Serere, Ngora Town Council, Ochapa, and Kumi Municipality. Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the committee.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item.
Madam Chair.
Small loop.
Madam Chair, can we humbly take benefit of our knowledge of the rules, the PFMA, and the Constitution, to humbly ask of the Chair to put the question after the laying of the document? I know these matters are emotive, but they can be challenged, Right Honorable Speaker, because we cannot, those who read the record will actually get trouble in understanding how we moved. I'm not raising to oppose the decision of the House, but we could move a little cleaner so that our motivation can be understood. I'm very sure the report speaks about the impact on the economy. I'm very sure it speaks about our debt burden, how it is going up, and probably that's when we shall be appreciated. May I humbly ask of you to put the question now that there is a consensus that we need the loan, regardless of whether we have a debate of the pros and cons. I thank you.
Let's have the next loan first moved.
Motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize an addendum to the proposal by government to borrow up to euros 162,445,000.
By the way, when when I mentioned the approval, I put a question. I put a question. Yes, I did. Yeah. I did. Yes. I did. Yes. I did. Yes, Honorable Goli, didn't I? Yes. Yes, Honorable Minister, move a motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion to authorize government to amend by way of an addendum the proposal to borrow up to euros 162,445,674.01 and equivalent of US dollars 178,276,661.7 from the Export-Import Bank of China to finance the development of industrial parks, power supply to industrial parks, and power transmission line extension, inclusion of Sinosure insurance premium. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Seconded. Silas, Elijah, Samuel, Nekesa, Honorable Bahati, by the whole side. Speak to it.
Madam Speaker, On 30th January 2020, Parliament passed a resolution authorizing government to borrow up to euros 162,445.694 from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China to finance the power supply to industrial parks and grid upgrade and power transmission extension project. 6 months later, the Minister of Finance moved a motion to amend the same resolution of Parliament by substituting Industrial and Commercial Bank of China with the name Exim Bank of China, as evidenced in the revised loan agreement between Government of Uganda and Exim Bank of China. The Minister informed the House that during implementation, the Government of China had indicated that the financing institution would be the Exim Bank of China and not Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, as had previously been stated, and intimated that the same terms and conditions would apply. Based on the statement by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development that the terms and conditions were the same, Parliament by resolution authorized the government to change the creditor. On 23rd January 2025, I presented an addendum to provide for the insurance premium of 7.06% on the loan principal and interest of the approved borrowing up to euros 164.445 million, an equivalent of 178.276 from the Export-Import Bank of China to finance the same project. What does this mean to the cost, Right Honorable Speaker? Everything in the cost remains unchanged, and to bring the House up to speed, I can go through the terms. The financing, the total loan amount is 162.45 million to finance 75% of the commercial contract that will deliver the same project. The terms are the following. Maturity period is 15 years. The grace period is 5 years. The repayment period is 10 years. The interest rate is 6 months RIBOR plus 2.6% margin per annum. And the management fees is 1% of the loan amount. The commitment fees is 0.5. The insurance cost, this is the Sinosure which we are amending, which we are bringing in, is 7.06% of both principal and interest. The effective interest rate without insurance is 5.16%, and the effective rate with insurance changes now to 5.85%, and the effective interest rate with insurance on principal only is 5.63%. Madam Speaker, with this information, I pray that the House considers the motion so that we are able to proceed with providing the necessary infrastructure to the industrial parks. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Can we have the report laid on table and the minutes?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the minutes of the committee. I beg to lay.
Please do.
Then, Right Honorable Speaker, like the Minister mentioned, this loan was approved by Parliament on the 30th, but at that time, the assumption was there was going to be no insurance. And up to today, no disbursement has been made since 2020 because terms were amended later and we are supposed to pay insurance. That's why there is that change. So the amount remains 162 million euros or $178 million, but this time including insurance. So the only change is on insurance. So and because of that, Right Honorable Speaker, we have one an observation on the delayed presentation of the addendum. And the committee observed that the loan agreement was signed by both the lender and the borrower in May 2024, following Parliament's initial approval in 2020. The committee also observed that China Export and the Credit Insurance Corporation approved the insurance of the insurance policy on 29th, 2022. The committee noted that the processing of this loan facility had been riddled with significant time lags and as such had affected the implementation of this project. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Community Development does a comprehensive loan approval submission. They should ensure that all key components of the loan facilities, including associated insurance covers such as Sinosure, where applicable, are clearly outlined and submitted to Parliament at the time of loan approval request, to avoid piecemeal approvals and associated delays. The committee further recommends that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should be held accountable for any omissions or delays in submitting complete information to Parliament and should institute internal checks to improve the quality and timelines of borrowing proposals. This will enhance the credibility of projects' implementation timelines. So, Honorable Speaker, that's one of the key proposals we had, and our conclusion is, Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that as part of the loan conditions for effectiveness, the borrower should provide the lender the evidence of payment of an insurance premium. So that means it has to be paid before. In this case, the insurance policy is to be issued by the insurance company, which is Sinosure China Exim Bank. Without this insurance payment, no disbursement can be effected, and that's why since 2020, no disbursement has been effected. So this has affected, and such no financing would be available from this source for the power supply to industrial parks and the power transmission line extension. Given the fact that this loan had been approved, as highlighted in the background, the committee proposes that one, that is A, the House considers the approval of this request in line with the committee recommendations that the insurance premium be computed based on the principal loan amount and not both the principal and interest. Additionally, the provision within the financing agreement to waive sovereign immunity should be done away with, given the interest premium charge, which the committee believes sufficient and offers assurance that the loan is secured. And B, going forward, the Minister of Finance presents complete loan terms and conditions to Parliament for consideration and approval after careful consolidation of associated costs and risks. C, the House in future enacts laws defining Uganda's protected assets and strongly protects our sovereign immunity at all times. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move.
Thank you. You've heard about the loan. Motion.
Madam Speaker.
Motion.
This loan is very important, and now it is almost 7 o'clock. I want to move a motion, Madam Speaker, that we adjourn the House.
Madam Speaker, we need some clarification from the Minister.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the Parliament approves an addendum to the proposal to borrow up to 162,445,674 euros, equivalent to USD 178,276,661 from Export-Import Bank of China, KEZIM, to finance the development of industrial parks, power supply to industrial parks, and power transmission lines extension. Inclusion of Sina Store insurance premium. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, tomorrow we shall have a House starting at 10. We should be able to finalize with appropriation tomorrow. And kindly be there for appropriation. The House is adjourned to 10 tomorrow. It is 10 a.m., not p.m.